supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, You can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable Auto Pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or Vampiric Fiend form will generate a Blood Orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric Fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, Vampiric Fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Ultimate Royale is a new ranking system created by PUBG Mobile and released in 3.4 for all you hardcore players and those who aspire to become pros.
The only requirement to participate in this brand new ranked mode is to be crowned tier or above in any mode in the current or previous season. With this new mode, new tiers are also being introduced, such as Vanguard, Exceed, Supreme, Peerless, and Legends.
The rank mode will open up at set times along the week for you to try to battle your way to the top. To truly embody the competitive nature of PUBG Mobile, the original battleground of Classic Erangel will be the exclusive map of Ultimate Royale.
This ranked experience will also replicate all of the settings that make PUBG Mobile Esports what it is today. The lobby size will now host only 64 players instead of the usual 100. Red zones have been removed, while the zone settings and the loot spawn rates will now be the same as in official tournaments.
Of course, for the players skilled enough to participate in Ultimate Royale, there will be exclusive tier rewards to reflect your skill. Furthermore, if you're able to break into the Ultimate 500, this being our top 500 players in your respective region, you open up the opportunity to be scouted by professional esports teams thanks to the improved visibility of the top 500 rankings. It can help you and your team participate in PMGO by being selected to skip the first round of PMGO qualifiers or selected by your region's pro teams for a tryout as a pro player. More information will be revealed during the season by PUBG Mobile Esports, so stay tuned.
We've seen you guys in the chat saying, oh, I can beat this team. Well, now is your chance to prove it by trying your best to rank into the top 500 to potentially get your chance to compete with the best in the world. And speaking of best in the world, we proudly present to you the Ultimate Royale Season 1 cover team, the 2024 PMWC champions, Alpha 7 Esports.
Ruxa, pega da direita. Bora. Pega da direita. Caiu, velho. Desculpa, já chega. Chega disso, This is how we train, and you know this story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one and it's turned. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! Oh, he goes on to do it.
We are back. That's right. We're here for the PMSL EMEA, and the finals start today. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. He's checking his surroundings because he knows that plenty of teams are lurking in the shadows, ready and waiting to jump at those points. What do you think?
I was actually checking around because my cat's actually just come through on the camera, and he was putting his big tail in front of the camera itself, which was really cool of him. Really appreciated that. Didn't want you guys to see all the action that's going to take place because he knew it's going to be a lot on today. And you can find out all what's going on today over on our social media channels down below. PUBG Mobile Europe official over Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. But yes, we are getting into the game shortly. We'll have a little show match to start things off, but I won't spoil it because we're getting into it soonish. But first, we got to get through all of our housekeeping, broom away at whatever we got to get done here, which includes Monster Energy, which you can find out more over at www.monsterenergy.com to unleash that beast from its cage and get into these games. Because it's time for PUBG Mobile.
Oh, it's always time for PUBG Mobile, Blank, but I guess it's extra time for PUBG Mobile right now. You know, we've got to go for more PUBG Mobile. Certainly, our pro players will be competing at PUBG Mobile, I've been told. So we've seen over the last few weeks for a slice of this pie. We have now made it to the finals, the 227,000, and that extra half. Can't forget the half, will be divvied up at the end of 3 days of games.
A lot of this pie has been given out, though, right? We've chopped this pie almost in half. I don't know the exact measurements. I would need to get a mathematician in, a cake mathematician or a pie mathematician, someone like that, to give me pie chart on exactly how much of that pie I need to cut out for the prize pool. But here's our finals prize pool, which is half-ish the pie. 55 grand for first place at the top side. This is what we'll be battling out for the next 3 days here. We're on day one. Start things off.
And every single team has guaranteed that $5,000 paycheck right at the bottom, 16th place. Even if you get 0 points in these finals, you get an extra $5,000, bumping your guaranteed total up to $7,000 with the $2,000 participation reward for each of our teams. The maps that they will be competing on, Blank, something's changed. It's different, and I don't know if I'm uncomfortable about it, but we've got Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. These are different maps in a different order. Well, it's the same maps, but they are in a different order.
I like this. This is what it should be every time. Every time during the league stage. This is what we should have in terms of the schedule. This is so nice. We love this. This is the best timeline. Ending on our angle, starting on our angle, Sandhawk sandwiched in the middle there. Lovely stuff. A little bit of excitement going between map to map. So the players got to be on their toes, ready to switch from position to position.
It's a double decker, right? You've got those Erangel slices of bread. You got the Miramar, you got that Sandhawk.
That's a sandwich, not a double decker, John. Come on.
Yeah, double decker sandwich.
Double decker sandwich.
Yeah, that's what that is, right?
Like a club sandwich.
Like a club sandwich.
Yeah.
There we go. It's a club sandwich day today. We are going to be getting into it fairly shortly. Let's take a look at our participating teams. Obviously, 4 of our teams not making it into this tournament. Unfortunately, Black Esports, Vibes Esports, Foot, Chaos Esports, and Guild could not make it to the finals due to... Oh, that's true. Sorry. Guild Esports could not make it to the finals due to a lack of points. Virtus Pro, Fireflux, Brute... I could list all of these teams out, but there they are. I'm sure that you guys know who you're supporting.
Look, the thing is, though, right, the only other esports team here is Zeus Esports.
Ooh.
Maybe Twisted Minds. I guess you put them in there, but they're Twisted Minds esports team.
Trovo 2030 esports also.
And
Power.
They're just Trovo 2030. They're just Trovo 2030. Power. I'm not calling them Power esports, am I?
Well, you don't have to.
I know
That's
they.
okay.
I know they.
I'm
I
not
know
gonna,
they partake in.
I'm not going to make
esports.
you do anything, Blank. You can do what you like.
I want to do that. I want to do as much as I like, to the point where it's unacceptable. But I'll draw the line there. That's a good line in the sand to be drawn. But yeah, very, very excited for today. Lots of good matches going to be happening. We do have the top 16 of the best, and 10 teams from these top 16 will be heading through to PMGC. It's a lot of them, but 6 of them got to go. All right, 6 of them, we got to get rid of them. Got to get them out.
That's
they're not cutting it.
There's actually no room. Like, it's like, actually stop trying to get in. It's actually really weird.
Yeah,
Please.
we're talking about the club. Oh, you're outside. You've been held outside.
Your friends can come in, but you've
been barred.
Very rude.
That'd be rough. I'd hate that. I'd hate that a lot.
Out. If someone was like, you can't come in, but your friends can.
Yeah. I think I would actually suggest that we just don't go into the club.
Yeah, and then you find out who your true friends are, right? Are they ride or die? Are they ditching you on the curb? Are you calling?
Yeah, I'd be ditched. I'd definitely be ditched.
Oh, you need better friends then. That's
I don't know. I feel like I'd just take the L.
Just be like, that's me.
I've
already been insulted.
I'm actually the true friend. I'm the true friend.
To be fair,
you guys go in.
Like, the night is such a bummer already. Anyway, this is getting way off topic.
Yeah.
The teams that we were looking at to get into these finals as well, probably the teams that we expected to get into these finals. A little bit of changing you could maybe have seen down towards the bottom of the tables, but I think overall it's a very solid roster. The big surprise, of course, is that Team Spirit didn't do super well on the league ranking points, and therefore they carried over points into the finals. You've actually got 77 right at the top with the most points going into these finals, which is, I think, quite interesting given that they never won a week. They did come third in week 2, but they were just so consistent across everything.
Yeah, they were a very, very consistent team throughout the entirety of the tournament so far. It's been like strength to strength, and like you said, no tournament, no week did they do the best. They didn't do phenomenal on any of the weeks, but they did phenomenal over the 3 weeks, which matters most really in the long run. You do also have Na'Vi, who were also fairly damn good, honestly, throughout the entirety of it. Really like to see that. And Team Spirit, who I think kind of showed us that they were very good. And then we're like, you've had a taster. That's a sampling. No more, though. You've been sent away. You've come back for those little cheese squares too often. Okay, you've been greedy. You know, you just get basic Team Spirit gameplay.
Yeah, you're not allowed for that. You're not allowed that. You've been digging into the foil at the bottom. You've been making scratches on the pan, trying to scrabble around for the snacks. But yeah, we'll see if they are able to get a little bit hungry for this one this week as well over the next 3 days. The reason that 10 of our teams will be qualifying for PMGC is, of course, that there are already some qualified teams through PMGC points. I shouldn't say already, because technically that hasn't closed as we take a look at these two lovely gentlemen. One of them out, one of them in. Sard out for Satan, and we'll be back into the roster for Power. But 4 of our teams will qualify directly to PMGC from PMGC points totals. That is the sum of their points that they've accrued over spring and fall as well. Obviously, the finals points still yet to come in, but it's very likely that we're going to be seeing Team Spirit for Europe, I believe. For Europe. Then you've also got Brute Force for MEA, and then IWNRX coming in for Türkiye, which means that currently, especially with their 3rd week, Virtus Pro sit 4th on the overall tables, which means that they would get the overall spot. So those 4 teams very likely already qualified.
Yes. Already in, so 6 spots available. Maybe. They are doing very, very well. However, the points can change. It's very close. It's more likely they would be whipping and swapping teams out over on the top end of the PMGC points that head through to PMGC off the back of the finals. But it's 3 days, you know? And it's similar, but not the same as 5 days, because they will be playing all of their matches here. So it's just basically 1 day less than the league stage. So it's kind of cool. So you get 18 matches, so a lot of time to put up a big amount of points. But let's now talk about A little bit of the fangs, a little bit of the claws.
Ah!
It's the Crimson Battle happening here over at PUBG Mobile. Here in the finals, our first show match of the day. Prize pool being 2,500 at the top. The Werewolves versus the Vampires.
Ooh, the Vampires and the Wary Wolves. They are once again at it. This time over on, I believe, Erangel. The prize pool there, $2,500 for first place. So definitely something that you want to be focusing on. Our teams will have hot drop locations, which means that they will have to go for some fighting early on, and that will depend on where they placed during the league stage. Ooh, look at that.
Yeah.
Hey, advance to suck your blood. That's my vampire
my
impression.
God.
Yeah.
That's good, yeah. Your silver offends me.
How many grains of rice is this?
Wait, what's he doing counting grains of rice, though? What's he doing that for?
I don't know. It's just compulsion. That's a vampire thing. That's the thing about vampires.
Is it?
Yeah, that they have to count grains of rice if you drop them on the floor.
Oh, I see. This is cool, though. Out come the bats.
Ooh,
Into the battlefield.
very
Get
spooky.
it? The battlefield.
Oh, ho, ho. I see. What
Did you like
did there.
that? Did you like
Yeah.
that? That's good.
Very macabre of you.
I do like that we can't see the ground here because
It's
the
the
mist
fog.
is so thick.
The mist, it lays low over Erangel. I've been walking now for 2 days. The man they call the Impaler lies in the distance.
I can smell
Vlad.
it.
Not our Vlad. Our Vlad's good.
Oh, our Vlad's safe. He's
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
he's a cool guy.
But the guy in game, he's a boss. But I guess Vlad's also our boss.
Well, Vlad isn't. I mean, it is Dracula in this one. Just to.
But he is a boss.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Down we go. Na'Vi. Drop it on in. Looks like they've got some neighbours down on the south side near Quarry. Fireflux also heading into the castle. Look at that. Look at that gothic architecture, Blank. You'd love to see it.
Oh, aye. Love me some gothicness coming through on these games. Through the crimson gemmed gate.
Ooh.
Fireflux will be searching for Na'Vi. The Orcas take back to the times of pitchforks and torches.
Oh, yeah. You see those coffins on the wall, Blank?
Yeah,
You can hide in those.
I know. It's kind of
Very
good.
creepy. Grab a loot for some chests.
Like an Among Us deal.
Ooh. I don't think you can
I've
hide in that
coffined
game,
him.
but yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's flapping up. Did you see that?
I did, yeah. He's cool.
Yeah.
He's cool like that.
Yeah, Lemon just goes, whip. He's up there. He's got wings.
This guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all very cool. Right now, you know what else you can do on this map?
What else can you do on this map?
You can you can do a wolf warrior or a vampiric fiend, aka a
Ooh.
vampire.
Okay. He's fiending for vampiric activity.
Is that a possibility to be a vampiric fiend?
What do you mean?
Is that two separate monsters in one?
I don't know if a fiend... I mean, a fiend... Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. Just a
Yeah.
vampire.
Or maybe... the vampiric is the descriptor, so maybe you are a fiend, but you're also vampiric.
Yeah, true. Of course. How could I
Yes.
be so foolish?
Your grammatical missteps betray you, sir. As the missteps from Kine behind the desk to betray him, too. Ooh, I like this building. This is quite nice. It's
Yeah,
like a
this one's-
little church type building.
Yeah, look at this. The PUBG Mobile team has really... they've gone crazy on this one. I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest with you, when they brought out the old Poseidon Palace, let's call it,
Oh yeah.
that was a really good time. That looked awesome. We really enjoyed that one. Old Atlantis. But
Yeah.
that was localized to one area. But with the Crimson Battlefield, this is all over the place. There's so many changes around our angle.
Ooh, there's a lot of castles, a lot of new settlements added in as well. Teams are rocking up now. Fireflux, they've got new neighbors. It's Trovo 2030. It's Zeus also running into this same castle. Everyone vying for the throne. Scarface up the top, getting a little bit chaotic with it. Trying to crack down on insurgency here for the ground floors. Nades going up high, though. That looks pretty good. Doesn't quite get the job done, though. No one has fully cleared out this castle. Once they do, when you win the fight in the Crimson Castle, you have to face the Dracula boss with the Crimson Castle item. You guys don't in your games, but these guys do. It's part of our rule set. Use those,
The
those
rules
Crimson
is
crystals. Yeah?
you've got to take down old Drac.
Dracula. He needs talking to. He's been very mean recently, and he needs handling.
Loose Esports getting themselves into the mix of it, but it's Na'Vi coming in from behind. Flip and Lemon with the nades on side. A Molotov 2 clean them out, and in this instance, Fireflux will have to drop down.
Stuff with straw, extend the arms. It's scarecrows going down. I love the look of those things. In replace of the regular death crates. Got the scarecrow starting to pop in. Spray down over onto Aaron Lemon. Good with the strafe there. There are, of course, the self-AED items in this game mode, which means that you can technically res yourself if you've been able to loot one. Lemon doesn't seem to need one. He's just going to drop straight on in on top of Zeus. You can see now, after winning that fight, Na'Vi are the only team left in the Crimson Castle.
Spooky. Here at the Blood Moon Awakening. I think Na'Vi's awake now.
Oh dear.
Crawling out of their coffin.
I like this. This is like an old East European, like very vampire themed. I love it. This sort of settlement.
It's very Van Helsing.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly it.
Where's my auto crossbow?
Ooh, what a film.
That's what I need.
Yeah. Hugh
I
Jackman.
quite like that. Was he?
Yeah, Hugh Jackman was Van Helsing in that film.
There's no way.
Yeah, it's true.
Maybe I just watch every time. It is.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
Looks so different.
I know, it's the hat.
It's the long hair.
It's the big long hair and the hat.
Oh, he was awesome in that film.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the game. Because realistically, they did take down Dracula. Did we miss Dracula being defeated?
Oh no.
Enigma Galaxy just took him out.
I think that there may be more. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to wait for that. Is Dracula completely gone now? Oh. They've done him. They've done him a mischief. This is one of the wolf settlements, Blank. So we have our Crimson Castles, which seems to be where the vampires hang out.
Yeah.
And then the wolf settlements. Seems like day is dawning. What is this? The sun rises.
I know. The vampires will be held at bay.
Oh no.
Where's my wolf warriors at?
Yeah. We need some wolf action. Come on.
Give me the snarls. Give me the growls.
Hit him with the yip yow.
The what?
That's right.
Do that one again.
No, you're good.
You say yip yow?
Yip yow. With an L on the end of it.
Oh, you're like yip yow.
I mean, that too. Sure, why not? I mean, it doesn't have to be.
Little yip yap
Yip
from the
yow.
wolf.
Ooh, Virtus Pro. Into one of the Crimson Castles as well. 77. Seeing them off. Get back. Banished.
Yip yipped on right there.
Plenty of yowling for Virtus Pro.
Do you like that there is a Crimson Castle at the top of Stalber? And one down towards Quarry as well. Here is the horse vehicle, which is now drivable. Look at that, reversing it.
There we go. Yeah.
It's fast.
Swapping the gear shift, putting it into reverse. Little tug on the reins. Is that how you gear shift a horse?
Yeah, I've got NOS installed on my horse.
Oh yeah. Is
Yeah.
that just like a carrot on a stick and you just whip it out?
G6 500. Guess how much horsepower I've got on my horse?
Oh yeah, one.
One.
Oh.
I got
Oh,
1
dear.
horsepower right now.
Our teams are limited to only being able to use the horse vehicle and the hovercraft, which is also in this game mode, I believe. Which means that you won't be seeing any of that normal car stuff. Of course, they can move as a vampiric fiend or as a wolf warrior. If they choose to do so, as Lemon seems to be
Ooh.
looking pretty vampiric. Look at him go.
Yeah, this guy's a fiend and a half. And he's fiending for some action.
Ooh, he's not a fiend anymore. Ralph sees to it that Axe is not a fiend either. A lot of players going for these Crimson Castles.
Yeah, 2 Crimson Castles on the map. 1 towards Quarry, 1 towards Stalbert. There is a Dracula boss available for both.
Have to win it out first, though, because Na'Vi has been fighting for this position for a long time. Snowix goes down. Enigma Galaxy losing a lot there. As Lemon giving them the hiding. It's interesting that Default's just using this fiend form to reposition and try and get the advantage. Oh, he's seen Ralph. Oh, no. He transformed back into a human. The bad time, Ralph. Ready for it. Immediate on the switch up. Very clean.
Should have stayed as a fiend. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I think a vampire can take a couple more bullets. Tank them a little bit easier.
Yeah. It was not to be.
Lemon's on 80 limbs though. Big game from him.
It's a lot of limbs.
He used the vampire form to rotate down and save your teammate.
That's true. He's not tapping into his fiendish presence. I mean, the sun is shining. It's difficult. Makes it
Yeah, you're not
rough.
wrong. The sun causing problems. In comes brute force. Lemon's in a tricky spot. Finds first though. Easy peasy.
Oh, so clean for Lemon. He doesn't even take damage. 9 eliminations now. Go on, get double digits. I dare you. He wants it. He's waiting for the nades to come out though, because Prepod has one. Dropping one in response, keeping himself nice and safe. These are the revives. You do get a respawn card on these POI drops as well. And Lemon now has players at his back to worry about. This is a bit of a surprise for him, but Snowix goes down first. Lemon's still alive, but for how much longer? Because Narvalo's going to step in. Finally, Lemon is slain. Default.
Default. How's Default back? He's back in business.
Ah, maybe it was an AED.
Self AED? Yeah, probably. Flat underneath. Having a good time. Causing
Oh, dear.
problems.
He's peeking up over the gantries. The buttresses. Neither of
Got
which is
grows
the
up.
correct archaeological term for that, whatever that is.
Whatever it is, innit?
It's one of them balcony things.
Little area for Dracula to survey his castle.
And his dominion.
Over
Domain.
Quarry.
There we go, yeah.
Yeah. Bishke down.
Dracula,
Heroic find that one.
I guess Dracula must be in the mining business then.
Yeah. He likes gold. Doesn't like silver.
Oh, yeah, not good for him. Bad for the skin.
Yeah. If I hear iron's not great for him either. Has to be blessed iron though.
Or, I mean, wooden stakes, they're pretty bad, which is why he's nowhere near Lumberyard.
Yeah, that is the main creator of the stakes. Shifu's got to stand out of the fire. There's a lot of Molotovs.
The blood
On this
moon
map.
rises.
Yes, he's coming back.
Looks pretty creepy. Ooh, that's a pretty creepy peak right there. This fight in this castle has been going on for so long now. I think we're now up to about 5 teams inside it.
Big bada boom on the side. Oh, towards Enigma Galaxy. Shifu looked a little bit lost, but not so much anymore. As he will find himself 2 elims.
8 for the team
Now-
as well. They're doing pretty
Yeah,
well.
the victors of the castle do have to face against Dracula. But Enigma Galaxy already faced him. Horse on the roof. Roof horse.
Pretty sure that's a vehicle. Not allowed to use that. Someone check him.
What, the horse?
No, no, no. There was a car that was right up against the wall. Look at that. That's not there naturally. The horse on the roof though is pretty chill.
Yeah, that's true. He's not. That's very bad. You can tell you've used that car as well because it's got a skin on it.
Yes.
We will be deducting horse points.
Yeah, that's
There's a
one
cool
fewer
form.
horse for you, Sonny Jim.
No, respect the limbo drip.
Yeah, looking pretty vampiric right now.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Look at that little flap up.
He's got the schmooths.
I feel like the heart on the belt isn't very vampiric.
Well, it is. You like they hear the beating of the heart.
Oh, that's actually a very good point.
That's how the vampires track him
Oh,
down.
Zadira, no. He's gone. He's.
You
that's
didn't
fine.
didn't get into vampire form quick enough.
No.
Where my wolf boys at?
Where them wolves at? Come on.
Where them wolves at?
That's what we wanna know.
Where's the pack at?
Have yet to leave. Nobody wanting it. We've seen the fiends. We want the wolves now. Feed them to the wolves. Let's go. I want the wolves to take assault onto the castle.
Mr. Limbo, having a little look through. The smoke seems to be dissipating now and again. It's weird the way it's working.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just-
very long fight right now in the castle.
yeah, I think this is iteration 7 of this fight.
Yeah. Only 15 minutes into this game. Navi back in with some more big elims.
Ooh, big nade there from Hamzy. 21 and 2. Moves in, goes for the spray downs. Adding points in. 10 teams remaining still. Gonna drop a little supply. Oh, no. He's just trading it out. Getting that smoke on board. Zadira still just flapping about. Okay, he got that. Nice spray from the ramparts again to be able to get that flush. Limbo sending out. Vampiric as all hell.
Ooh,
And look at that.
the dodges as well.
He's looking clean with it. Dashing down. Getting out the line of fire. Back into human form.
Yeah, that's right. There's a vampire. Let's take it over towards Enigma Galaxy. Well, it's not one of the vampires. It's one of the one of the 77 players.
Hmm.
That holy water.
I think it must have been. He's thrown out.
That's good.
Limbo could... Oh no, Magnum's just going to go in for the res here. Redoc's still downstairs. I want to see someone fight in this fiend form. Seems like we've just seen him fly around and use it for recon.
Looks like a drone.
I mean, it's useful.
Oh,
there he goes.
that's a shot.
Oh, didn't manage to hit.
Oh, man.
And immediately doesn't want to do it again. That's a creepy noise. Did you hear that?
I did, yeah. It sounded like drinking.
Like the creepy blood sound. Not a fan.
Drinking blood.
Very scary. Spooky, even.
Yeah. That visual bug is a bit weird.
Yeah. When you start shooting, it's through the floor for you.
We're not quite through the floor, like up and down.
Yeah.
Like a mad elevator.
Like Willy Wonka's elevator.
Willy Wonka's elevators were cool.
They
They
were
made
pretty.
absolutely no sense.
But that's the best part of it, right?
Yeah, true. True.
It makes sense
three,
if you don't
three
think
iterations
about it.
of Willy Wonka in the last, 50 years.
It's quite a long time, to be fair. 4 if you include the book. S2G. Trying to fend off, trying to be crowned in the castle still. As we're now on 7 teams remaining. No one has taken down Dracula from this castle either. Feels like everybody was just like, Stalber Castle? Nah, Quarry Castle. That's where we want to go.
Yeah, I'm actually unsure whether Dracula was taken out over here though, because Nick Galaxy did find Dracula earlier on.
Maybe. I mean, you just need one of those crimson shards, the crimson crystals, to allow yourself access to Dracula's realm.
Zadira in the sky will once again drop. Good shots from Hamzy. We'll find Shifu inside of the smoke. Stage 3. Stage 3 at 20 minutes is very strange.
Yeah.
Especially coming from the esports settings.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Normally, we're fighting over compounds right now.
Yeah, fighting over those middle circles.
Yes. I want to see someone using the hiding in the coffin mechanic. I want that to come through. Jump out, surprise your enemies.
I'm already happy we've seen horses.
That is true. The horse vehicle is pretty cool.
I reckon that's is it Wisteria?
That's definitely not Wisteria.
Could be. Could be magical Wisteria. The leaves do look like it. Wisteria is generally purple though.
Yeah, I mean, it is a vine also.
Yeah.
So the tree's not Wisteria, for sure, because that's a tree, not a vine.
Oh no, Wisteria is a tree.
I thought it was a vine. It was a creeper.
Yes, flowering plants. The genus
vines
includes
can
4
flower.
species of woody twining vines.
There you
They
go.
come off trees.
They'd grow
you
on
see it.
trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a wisteria is the vine, and it will grow around a tree and suffocate it.
Yeah, it's parasite.
Yeah. Much
You
like
check
a
that.
vampire.
Check that tree out though.
It's a pretty cool tree.
Oh,
I will give you that.
I wouldn't bring parallels between the vampires and the wisteria. The wisteria, very dangerous for the vampires.
Ooh, interesting.
It's actually their big weakness.
Their biggest? Is that true, or have you made that up?
This is not made up.
Why do I not believe you?
What do you mean? But I mean,
Oh, wow, no, that's true.
yeah.
Oh, is this... Wait, hang on a minute. Is this from an anime thing?
Uh,
Googled it.
well, I mean, it's from Demon Slayer is the thing, but I actually knew about this before Demon Slayer. Promise,
Okay.
guys. Because in Demon Slayer it's for demons, but I also know that it
Right.
canonically, vampires also do not like the wisteria.
I mean, vampires do, in a lot of vampire lore, source their power demonically. Like it is a source, a demonic source of power,
Yeah.
as far as I'm aware, in the folk tales. So I guess that tracks.
Thanks, bro. I wasn't lying to you.
It
I'd
sounded
never
like
do
you were,
that.
though.
I'd never do that.
Well, I don't know about that.
It was just spinning a tall tail
Okay.
to
yeah.
draw it back in with the wisteria.
You just, yeah, that's fair. You
Oh,
watched.
is this just a new bug, just in general?
I hope not.
We'll see in the normal games. Yes.
Yes, we got 6 of those today. So this show match, just warm up. Still pretty exciting though. The blood moon has dipped behind the horizon for the time being. However, you can see that cast ominous, a looming presence, a threatening presence off in the distance. Or you could go to a horse vehicle. Oh, he's off.
It didn't go very far, did it?
No. Ran out of oats. Whoa! Whoa!
You see the horse looking through the window? Or the door?
That's
His whole head was through the door.
that's the shining horse right there.
They got like red eyes on it as well. It's terrifying.
You got any of them oats? Just some oats, man. That's all I need.
Here's Horsey. That's why you got to leave the horse out in the cold sometimes.
So, a horse walks into a bar, blank,
Okay.
and the barman says, "Why the long face? Are you sad?" And the horse says, "I don't think I am." At which point he promptly ceases to exist. Now, this is a funny joke, and I'll tell you why. Because there was I think it was like a 17th century philosopher from France who used the phrase "I think, therefore I am," and because he said "I don't think I am," he wasn't, which is probably much more funny if you knew that beforehand. But that would have been putting Descartes before the horse.
There's a whole bit.
There's a whole bit.
To mention Descartes.
The whole bit was about
To mention Descartes. That's quite.
That's right.
I actually like that because I felt like you were condescending me, but then there was the bit at the end. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was the.
Yeah, that was good.
That's what they call a punchline.
Because the joke wasn't finished.
Yeah, and you
like,
thought it was.
He's explaining the joke to me. I don't like this.
Yeah.
And then you dropped a bit of the Descartes at the end, tied it all back together. It's well done.
That's
But
the
now
point.
you might need to explain Descartes though.
Descartes was a philosopher, and he did say, "I think, therefore I am." That's his.
There you go.
philosophy.
Because you did say that during the explanation.
I did.
You said there was a philosopher. You didn't say his name.
Oh no, but that's the point, because then the punchline is better. It's all in the delivery.
But then they've got to know who Descartes is.
Well, look, I can only get you so far.
Well, I know.
I can lead a horse to water, but
I'm just trying to help you. I'm trying to help you workshop.
Okay, right. I don't need to workshop it. I'm good.
Okay. I'm just saying it could be improved.
Do you think?
Next time it hits, yeah.
Do you think Descartes thought about vampires much, or wolves? We haven't seen any wolves. What's going on?
I reckon he thought about it.
Be like vampires.
Descartes thought about a lot. Yeah.
He was a thinker.
Most philosophers do that. What's the thinking? Ooh. A blood gate. But to where, I wonder? The Crimson Castle?
Oh.
Perhaps?
Very spooky. It's not very structurally sound. I don't think that's up to code, but could take you anywhere. Nobody knows. This circle is tiny. All of a sudden. And we're over my Gatka. Oh, no.
Damn. This is the thing for pre-pod. If he was in his Wolf Warrior form, he'd be getting enhanced movement speed and damage reduction.
Ooh, yeah. Maybe wouldn't have just been brat off his horse.
Yep.
A mighty steed, but not very protective. Leaves you completely exposed.
That visual bug's gonna get on my nerves, I reckon.
Yeah. Do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like sending me doolally a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa, where am I? My eyes like, is that Sauron?
No, that's the wrong franchise. No.
Oh, that's the Blood Moon, isn't it?
Yeah, well, in the castle. It's the Crimson Castle. The center of Dracula's power.
Furia. Exclamation.
Uh-oh. Catch caught. Down.
I mean, fair play to Mr. Furia. He's got wolves and God on his side. You get it?
He's... Oh, no. Oh, okay. I thought he'd shot the horse by mistake.
He
but
had
no.
shot the horse. He was not happy about it.
Oh, a little whinny, and off it goes. Into
It's
the first
so
furlong,
fast.
turns around the hay bale, moving up now to the shack and the cross, across the field, leading by a stretch, in across the head and around the hay bale again. Second corner now coming up as Kelsey across the way, seemingly not in this race at all because he's in a car, and that's illegal. Illegal behavior.
Yeah,
illegal
that's-
knee from Kelsey. Red
Illegal
card.
knee. Illegal knee. Below the belt. Below the
Red
belt.
card. Illegal knee.
Yeah, I think that's unacceptable from Kelsey. I mean, he has gone vampire form, but he's trying too hard.
He's got so far, though.
Yeah.
But in the end,
It didn't really even matter. He's got the Infernal Mummy outfit on, and that is one of my faves.
oh, yeah.
I'll give him that.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah. It's very fitting for October as well. October.
Oh, October Macabre.
Yeah.
Mm.
So macabre.
Very gothic. So macabre.
Yeah. We can make our own Demure. Put macabre.
Okay.
Yeah,
Furia?
he knows Kelsey's getting DQ'd here.
Advanced strategies here from Furia.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't
You
be-
used a
can't be-
car, didn't you?
I saw that car. I heard it.
You silly man.
That's not a horse. That's a car. And I know the
Who's
difference.
only round here?
Or a hovercraft.
See that sign? It says who's only.
I wonder
I'm
if
like
that
Houthi
is
at
a
the
skin.
match.
I wonder if that is a skin for the hovercraft. In like, you know, if you can apply it to the hovercraft, I wonder, because hovercrafts are technically also allowed in the game mode. So we'll have to double check with our referees. Either way, it is brute force to be the winner here in our first show match. Able to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, very well done. Really good job. Well done, brute force. I think Na'Vi got a ton of elims though. Like a massive amount of elims.
Pretty
That could have
splendid.
bumped them up quite a bit. Yeah, 11 was like on 9, 10 was it? Quite a bit.
Many.
No wolves though. No wolves to be had. The Crimson
Wolves.
Battle begins and continues tomorrow with S2G taking home 20 points, setting themselves at the top. But now Na'Vi, 18 elims. No placements.
Of course, these elimination points generally are going to be way more important for your standings, right? To be able to get those elim points on board, because you have players coming back into the fight and their elim already counts to your tally, right? So
Yeah.
in general, you're going to see maybe close to like 1.5 times the total number of elim points in the lobby.
Yes, of course. Oh. Descartes. Let's jump on our Descartes and cart ourselves out of here towards a break. We'll be back with your main view.
Well, if the blood moon rises, it also has to set, and it will be doing so for the time being. It'll be back up tomorrow, but we now turn our attention to the main event. That's right. PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA needs a winner. And in order to do that, we need 3 days of games here as we get settled in, ready for our first map of the day. And the order, it's slightly different. It's not Sandhawk first blank. It is Erangel.
Oh, it's an Erangel. To start things off, we're going from Erangel to Erangel here. So we do have a double billing, but it's a different double billing because we won't be on the old foggy match of the Blood Moon Awakening. We'll be heading over to regular soda Erangel.
Oh, but there's nothing plain about this lobby except for the plane path, which will be coming up fairly soon. Certainly a lot of standout players. Now, if you are tuning in for the first time to the PMSL, you may be taking a look at the overall standings when they come up on your screen at some point. I think during the map feed, the flyover comes through as well. You will see that teams already have some points on board. Now, that is half of the points that they were able to earn on the league ranking points tables from the league stages, which they earned for their performance over the last 3 weeks. So some teams have a little bit of a head start into this lobby. Right now, though, there's no points on this game, but they will do.
The match ranking.
That is specifically for the match ranking there on the left-hand side. Plane path, though, not very kind. South side.
Yeah, we've seen teams really struggle with this one. Oh, this will be a very nice game to start off the day, just in terms of figuring out where everybody wants to go. Where are your alternate drop spots? Where do people need to avoid? That's the good things to kind of just get done almost immediately. Because we have seen this southern plane on Erangel quite a few times. I mean, it's cut right through the channel here, John.
Yeah, it's from Milton Power down towards south of Primorsk, giving the places, the locations on that military island in general a lot more accessibility. Obviously, Virtus Pro can still get to Primorsk. It's the teams that like to drop towards the northwest of the map that are going to struggle the most, because you're either competing for vehicles around Quarry or you're dropping around early and trying to move up that east side. You can see Zeus and Heroic both with a little drive-by there, remaining themselves nice and safe for the time being, because the circle up to the northeast side is going to push teams up to their drop spot locations. They don't want to get stuck into a fight this early on.
They do not. I want to head over towards Yaz, Kameshki, Rozok, even Severny might be available here for the Falcons. Heroic heading over towards the Povka though. Fair enough, they'll have some outposts towards that western side. Pretty brave move from them to actually take those outposts over on the west as well, John, because you definitely know that there's quite a few teams here and spots are limited.
Definitely needs to move pretty quickly in this lobby. Nice and central. They like to slam it right into the middle when they can. Just punch the button, engage the thrusters. Light speed achieved as soon as you can for a lot of our teams. Hopping into the apartment buildings. 77 also fending off RCB across the way, sending them over into Roshok. A little bit split for RCB right now, but that regroup shouldn't be too hotly contested if they go for it in the next 2 minutes. Maybe a little bit less, maybe a minute, then it won't be hotly contested.
Yeah, they went for a couple of shots out there. I'm surprised that 77 were able to take apartments all to themselves here, and I think that's because most teams will likely have sent out their drop spots where they like to go far beforehand. You see on our screens that the bonus points haven't drastically influenced the rankings too much. Other than the Team Falcons as well as Trovo 2030, who have slightly significant deficit down towards the bottom of the table. Most teams are around about 16-20. I think the biggest difference here is 9 points between 77 and Heroic and 13th. 14th for Power, sorry. I will keep apologizing.
Yeah, it's okay. I believe you.
Thanks, bro.
It's absolutely fine. But yeah, it's a very smooth drop-off here on these league ranking points overall, so definitely all to play for. However, we have seen it be the case that a single point can make the difference. And when you're talking about a qualification spot for PMGC as well, right, that is going to be really important, because it's likely we're going to be looking down to 10th place, although right now, I believe as it stands, it would actually be 9th place in the cutoff, because Team Spirit at this stage sit in 11th place, meaning they're not in the top 10, so it doesn't push that boundary down one further. So Nick Galaxy wouldn't make it as things sit.
Which is not what they want.
No, they don't. Get another point, and then they'll be a 9th.
That's what you need to do. Wait, is that how it will work?
Yeah, because 6 teams need to qualify from the end of this league tables. If
Yes, true.
3 of them in the top 6, then it will push it down to 9th. If Team Spirit push up into 9th, then it would go down to 10th.
Yes, you are right. Very well done, John.
Yes,
Very astute observation.
I haven't slept since the last since the end of the last week of league stage. Trying
Oh,
to
you're
figure
doing
this
well
out.
then.
Yeah,
You're doing very well.
no, it's
The record was like 11 days, was it? I think the record's 11 days for no sleep.
it's dangerous.
It is really dangerous. You know, the record holder said afterwards it was 6 months of recovery. Can you believe that?
It's actually insane what damage you can do to your body by just not sleeping. Which
Yeah.
is so strange because we still don't quite know why we need to sleep. Also, I think a lot of record-holding companies or organizations decided to stop tracking the longest time without sleep because it
did.
can be so damaging and they don't want to
did.
encourage it.
Well, this was what I was about to say is that the man who currently owns the record basically said that he would discourage anyone from trying to beat his record, not for the fact that he wants to keep it, but for the safety of all the lives out there. So yeah, make sure you go to bed, guys, at a good time.
Yeah, otherwise the vampires and the wolves will get you.
They'll get you. Yeah, they're underneath the bed right now. But if you sleep, then they stay there, under the bed. Am I terrifying people right
They're
now? I
not
think
under the
that's
bed.
fine.
They're not. There's no vampires and wolves
Yeah,
under the bed.
they're just in the closet.
They're very far away, but if you don't sleep, then they start to get closer.
Yeah. Every hour you put off
But every
sleeping.
day that you don't
Ooh.
sleep. Ooh.
Yeah. I think you do hallucinate past like day 7. So you might start seeing vampires and werewolves.
Yes. Yeah, I just hallucinated an entire vampire-themed game. It was really weird.
It really was really weird. Did that happen? Did it happen? Did it not happen?
I'm not sure.
We didn't see Dracula though, which I was sad about. Maybe we'll see him tomorrow.
Maybe. Just
Hey
going
up,
out for a visit.
Dracula.
Cup of
Hey up,
tea.
Dracky.
You got any biscuits?
Blood
I'm
biscuits.
famished. Ooh, we're going to start for Trovo 2030, drawing first blood against Na'Vi into the finals across the bridge. This West Bridge crossing. Curious, but Trovo, I think, yeah, they were dropping out to the north side of the military island. Na'Vi cut down on this crossing really quickly as well. Not even going to be able to get a single point here.
Yeah, sad. Very sad for them. And kind of surprising it would be Trovo 2030 to pick those up. And that puts them at 12 points, John.
Ooh,
They're catching up. Wow.
very good. I'm happy
Yeah,
to see it. I mean...
Yeah, go on.
I feel like they are a team who does have potential to qualify, right? I think that there are very few... actually, to be fair, I think there's very few teams that I don't think have the potential to qualify in this lobby, which is actually what makes it quite exciting towards those qualification spots. But I think Trovo 2030 is a team that is either very on or very off, and it's good to see that they've started off doing pretty well. Carry that momentum forward, so let's see what you got.
Yeah, that's what we want. That's what we want to get. And for Na'Vi, it's very bad news, you know. Going down immediately at the start of the game, being in a 3rd place position right now with 23 points. It's painful. Very, very painful. You're not going to profit on this game. You're going to want to create a little buffer between you and the rest of the squads up towards those pole positions. For Team Spirit, they've got to try a bit harder though. 16 points available to them.
You want a little bit more than that.
18
Hard shift
points
up to the north side.
available to them.
Oh, they've already got those 18 points. Let's see how many more they can get now. Because they have got the south side of the circle and a huge migration of teams from this south side. We're going to replay. Flip, I mean, pulling out so slowly. Marcelo winning the trade on the top of the hill as well. I mean, it seemed like a series of 1v1s that Na'Vi just lost out on, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, it was pretty cut and dry. over on the bridge. In the meantime, the circle has moved very far towards the north here, John.
Yeah.
Up towards Stalbert.
It's using Yasnaya as a little bit of a windbreak for the rush of teams moving in from the south side as well. I wouldn't be too surprised to see one or two teams at least sending in towards Yasnaya instead of diverting around to the east side, because that is going to get very, very packed right now. And you can see everybody's just pulling up in any sort of building they can find for now in the circle.
Nomi dropping off. Team Spirit, they had quite a while to go, and I mean, they just kept moving through to stage 2. I like that the way they rotated in was as the circle popped, so they didn't have to slow down or anything. They could just keep on heading out. Falcons right now versus RCB. Azel gets taken out, but Silas is over towards that top side. There's only 2 of them.
Ooh, how did he dodge that? I've no idea. It looked like he was going straight for him, but Stylus, with a fancy feet, able to dodge, get out of the way. Silas and Loxy trying to hold strong for RCB. Ragnar not finding the shots, needs to go for the reload, pushing around the headland. Loxy doesn't quite get it done. The spray just about tags on finally before the ammo runs dry, but in comes 77 for the third party up the hill, getting those shots down. Loxy down, flushed away. Silas in similar threat, will fall as well. RCB now out completely of this match. Falcons trying to defend off against 77 with 2 points taken away. It's not ideal for Falcons, but they will play on as 3. They will have more opportunity here.
Yeah, I mean, for RCB, did their best. They picked up the 1 Elim point at least. Yeah, not the 2 teams we expected to go down super early here, John. Na'Vi getting taken down by Trovo 2030, and the Falcons taking down RCB. So both our 15th and 16th teams taking quite a few points. I think Zeus were able to snag for those Elims. Who else picked up those? That's 77?
Yeah, 77 just walked in, grabbed 2 points, straight out of there. It was Silas and Loxy both went down to 77.
Curious. Very curious.
A little scouting mission from Shifu. Done very well on that.
I think you'd be pretty upset if you were Falcons, though. You know, that was 4 points that could have put you back into a strong spot within the game. It's not to be.
Look at these 2 wide swings from Virtus Pro and Trovo 2030. They've been moving in from the southwest side for a while. Virtus Pro from Primorsk got out a little bit earlier than Trovo, who were engaged in the fight with Na'Vi across the bridge. So Virtus Pro were ahead, but now Trovo have caught up. You can see they're on the northwest side. They've both gone for the north of the river. This is a really hard northeast shift, just continually going up towards the mountain. At least it fully cuts out Yasnaya.
Yeah, fully cutting out Yasnaya is a pretty important thing for a lot of teams. They didn't really want us to head down towards the fields, but again, Stalber finish equally fairly disheartening. Having to play the staging over on this side of the map is a bit rough, John. I like where Heroic went to, though. Moved up from Lipovka over towards Kameshki side of things. Twisted Mind currently going up against 77. Coops goes rather low. Same could be set for Zadira. Wants to get the vehicle out of range. Drives directly into the nade. And the vehicle's a couple of pot shots from exploding.
To get back into cover. No one from Twisted Mind's going to take those shots, though. There was suppression from the tower, from that high ground, so they couldn't really peek out strongly against Limbo Boom's position. And they'll be safe for the time being. A little bit on the southeast side. They've got that walled compound, that tower across the road. The tower across the road, I think, could be a little bit of a weak point. Fortunately, it's going to be so hard for a team to rock up because Twisted Minds are sitting as they are. So across the way, they are kind of a 5th player as a team for 77 right now.
Twisted Minds. Going sat down towards the bunker. It's not a bad spot for them, but yeah, they do have a little bit further to go. And are now held out. Brute Force coming in from the western side. Very long rotate for them. This has been a bit of a trek, bit of a journey. Hope they brought the raincoats, water bottles, and flashlights with them. Got to be prepared for anything on a journey like this.
Ooh, Team Spirit Losing one on the cross that southeast side, trying to push up just around Lipovka right now, where Heroic left from earlier. Effect, yeah, that was the knock, so that's a flush onto Effect. Team Spirit playing on near Fireflux as well on the southeast side. Could be pretty rough over there. Power on the northern edge, trying to squeak their way in from that high ground, from that northern side, but Brute Force going to be pushing in from this west edge as well, up to the ridgeline, and Neo's immediately ripped out of the vehicle. Very violent stuff coming through from Power to kick things off for this engagement. Freezer uphill, Prepod downhill, Furia trying to find an angle, as Power holding off effectively. A nade goes through, but it goes long. Brute Force not really connecting on anything here. Al-Haji repositions up high.
Yeah, and they need to get rid of Power now, or Power needs to leave this fight, because the circle heads down towards that south side. You got the ridge over towards the western edge here that Zeus could probably take control of. They clear out on that northwest. But 77 with a very strong spot. And S2G look to scout it.
Virtus Pro rolling up into this fight as well. They moved around the top of Stalber and want this shot down on towards this entire engagement. How many points can they purloin from the fruit basket here? Because Brute Force are currently getting iced. And they will be able to find at least one so far. Power on one elimination. They should be able to find that res as well. Virtus Pro will be the other side of the pneumatic press to crunch Brute Force down to size, and Power getting that res. They'll be off as 4. I imagine they want to get out of this one very, very quickly now. It's full disengage.
Smart play as well from Virtus Pro to take over towards the gondolas. They got a lot of sight lines down towards Power. Smokes go up for Al-Haji behind the tree. Safe for now, but they're very awkward. And Virtus Pro putting themselves between both Brute Force and Power is an awkward one. Luckily, Fury is able to get away somehow towards a small compound to play towards the future. Trovo 2030 try and step up to Heroic. It's not meant to be.
Not for the time being anyway. One knock found over towards Kevin. Potential to get third-partied here by the scout from Power or from Zeus out to the west side. Furia maybe, but he's going to be keeping as quiet as possible, you'd imagine. In comes the crash. This is going to be the second attempt now. Trovo 2030 moved in from that north side. Power stopping a little bit short, though. And they don't want to go for a full crash just yet. They haven't got Easy back with them. They've got Virtus Pro still to their north side, and they don't want the same situation to unfold as their fight with Brute Force. Even if it went well from that last time, might not be so lucky this time around.
Trovo 2030 taken out by Team Spirit, who flew in over towards that north side. It was a good crossing as well. They got around the headland. Decided they were going to play it like that. And I think Fireflux just sort of dropped the ball on that. Now they're down to 2 players on that southeast side with a little bit of a difficult journey. Luckily, there's not too many teams around there other than them, so maybe they just play out this game. Basically, most of our squads are over towards that northwest side. A lot of them opted for a northern rotate. It was the safest at the time. Falcons will be found there by Limbo Boom, and Ali instantly flushed out.
It's difficult because the position that the Falcons are trying to hold and have just descended from is probably one of the prime spots. The difficulty is that there's about 5 teams all sat right next to it, which reduces its power significantly. S2G, you can see they're on that south side of the ridgeline that overlooks the compound that 77 hold. They are getting picked apart, as are Enigma Galaxy as well further downhill. Virtus Pro establishing a wall on the south of their hold side, as Ralph wants to try and challenge Kelsey, but it's not going to work. The cook on the fuse is great. Looks for the spray through the door line, but it's not going to be found because Redox strafes across, tags on with the auto shotty, and now needs to find these reses. But Marceau wants to put another nade in. That could be it. Not quite far enough.
Yeah, also, I'm surprised that S2G just didn't fully commit to that. 3 players are down. I know it's just the 2 of them, but that's probably your best chance here to follow up on what Kelsey was able to do inside the building. Virtus Pro head down towards that south side, and it is Zeus just biding their time over towards the northwest, John.
Just trying to keep their heads down as long as they can. Team Spirit and Fireflux now in a fight. Team Spirit seemingly sending back across to try and catch Fireflux and will win out the duel, but they're on the outside of the circle. They have got 1 player down and will need to res it up. Virtus Pro, all of a sudden, it feels like the positions kind of just melted away. With S2G up on that spot, they got those 2 knocks as well, sending on through. They've done a lot of work here to open up the west side of the circle.
Nades flowing down towards Enigma Galaxy. And S2G taking a heavy beating on their side of things, but again, holding it out. Only one player from Virtus Pro remains. Few nades flying up towards them, but a really good time to back out here, John.
You see how strong that ridgeline is that the S2G, which is starting to push up in towards, but it's going to be so heavily contested from that high ground. If they can sit in this saddle safely, S2G are going to have a great game. There's only 2 of them, though, and that's going to make it difficult to hold off IWNRX, to hold off Zeus and Heroic from the north. Both teams going to be looking to try and take that from them.
Yeah, I think for Zeus and Heroic, this really is a case of the game where you're sort of waiting for your opportunity. I think they realize there's quite a few teams still left in the lobby that are going to be vying for power, so they can continue to stay out on the side of the map until it is very much time for them to leave. Probably the best thing for them. Aaron's doing some good scouting over towards Heroic, though. And that is Virtus Pro down, our second place team with 3 elims this game.
It's not looking like a good start for Virtus Pro. They had such great momentum coming in from week 3. They still got 3 eliminations this match, but going down in 10th means that they won't get those placement points added on at all. So a bit of a slow start, with 77 having a decent, well, more than decent, a very strong chance of doing incredibly well here. That gap at the top could start to open. Kitsune trying to move their way in with the rest of Team Spirit, and that is Nomi, who is the only player now left standing still. Someone you definitely need to worry about. This guy was in the conversation consistently for MVP.
Yeah, a very, very good player. Twisted Mind's close by, though. In comes one. Nomi doesn't quite go down just yet, but finally will fall. Good spray over towards Lord, but it's just not enough. Good drive-by. Was distracted by, obviously, the bumper of the vehicle. Twisted Minds do a good job to clear out Team Spirit to leave this game with the 3 points. This Heroic really profited the most in this match. 8 eliminations on top of their 17 at the start of the game, to up to 25 points, similarly to our first place squad right at the beginning, who are going to have themselves a very strong game 1 here, John. And this is where we were looking for a team towards that podium spot to pull ahead.
Yeah, they're not in Shoreditch anymore. They're going to need to get it stuck in right in central. A 77 on the southwest side, just trying to hold it down. The fact that they've got 5 elims here is excellent, because it means that in those final circles, if they're able to hold it out, they're going to get a nice, profitable game. Zeus, though, on the northern side with Enigma Galaxy now, conducting salvos over towards them. Little forays into enemy territory here against Zeus, using the momentum of the vehicle, trying to catapult those nades forwards. Aaron does go down. Finds the pick off to Volt, and Zeus are holding this on both fronts fairly effectively.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus has done quite well over towards this northwest edge, and it's sort of where I expected them to make their stand. But with Enigma Galaxy and Heroic knocking at their door, it's a bit of a scary one. You're not sure if you're going to come out this one with a treat or a trick. Right now, they are managing the supplies quite well. Maniac, though, will need to drop a first aid kit, bandy himself up,
Able to
get the stitches going.
Able to thread the needle. Get that first aid on. Can drop back as well, because Zeus have now got a position on the hillside above the compound, or just across around the headland of it anyway. Maniac still very low. Enigma Galaxy pause as they think about going over the lip. Heroic have diverted in the meantime all the way out to the east side blank.
Yeah, again, Heroic kind of taking a similar situation to Twisted Minds and Team Spirit, is to try and divert away from what is realistically right now the best position in the circle on that western side. Good shots, though, from Enigma Galaxy, who are just using these vehicles to send Redox in basically as a mobile combat unit.
It's just slamming him against the rock there, just not giving him any pause, can't even breathe there. The squidge is on. The roll down for Redox continues towards Zeus, but this time not so lucky. 2 players now down, 3 players down for Zeus. They tried to get down the hillside. You can see that low ground not going to work out, but there's Limbo Boom. threading a lovely shot on high. Heroic in the meantime, they continue their path up the tables. They've racked up to 11 eliminations now, Blank. They've lost one. As another team falls time and time again. They're trying to make their way in from that high ground. It's not going to work out. IWNRX have been safe for a long, long time here, and one of the very few teams to do so against 77's position.
Yeah, IWNRX haven't had to do too much, which does make their game a lot easier. 77, though, with 9 eliminations. Not too far behind from Heroic, who have had some very good clears out of this game. Even from Lipovka, I mean, it hasn't been easy for them where they've rotated to. Even playing that north side of the map, but sure, a good set of decisions, I would say, from Heroic.
Frozen has to hit the deck there. 77 wanting to stop IWNRX getting too much closer, but as soon as they get into nade range of Limbo Boom, and I said this early on, right, when 77 took this compound, I feel like that tower is potentially their weak point. If they can get rid of Limbo Boom in that position, I think it opens up a lot of options for them, especially given it's the most central part of the 77 hold.
Yeah, I mean, 77 should have this in the back. This is not a difficult game to pack up for them on the western side. They just need to keep taking pot shots, and as this circle pushes both Heroic and IWNRX into a position where they have to peek into 77, all have very good sight lines. Magnum and Limbo Boom playing up on high.
Kevin having to go back here. I mean, you don't really have too much choice. The zone pushing you in. You probably need a teammate, although maybe should have just tried to send it. However, there's no way that you get through. That nade should be the end of, well, certainly 2 if Heroic. The third, a little bit better here as Kevin able to shimmy out to the rock. Sachets away. And Zadira, oh, he's been spotted. 77 have lost one of their backline. That's a really big pickup for IWNRX. They just need to deal with Kevin. Can be troublesome, but will be taken down. The fact that Zadira got spotted on the backline is very big news.
Yeah, Zadira being one of the heaviest of hitters on the side of 77. Now it's a 3 versus 4. IWNRX really did need Zedwolf to take that shot, because that slows them down a lot. It's basically Shifu has to make a big play now.
Magnum's position also very important and can back up Shifu when it needs to come through. Still, Limbo Boom just sat in that tower, the most central component of this lobby, meaning that when it closes, very likely to go to him. But we've still got one more circle to actually shrink Blank. It's not going to go straight to the middle just yet. Swain breaking out wide. Everybody taking wide angles at the moment. It's Kine stepping. Magnum spots him. A couple of shots exchanged, but not much more than that.
Yeah, it's getting into zone 8 now, and both teams very reluctant to take this full 4v3. Shifu, great angle. If you can get the double, it's even better. And with Zedwolf being very low, both these tags can come through so quickly. He sees both of them.
Ooh.
I think you take down Zedwolf first, though, purely because he has more chance to get into cover. He's got a lot of angles to play off here.
What he's doing here is pinging out the position of these enemy players for Magnum to nade on towards. That was the idea of it, but it looks like the nades have run dry. An excellent transfer, and Shifu is huge with it. There's 4 players to deal with, though, so 2 more still to go. He's done his job. Now it's up to the rest of the team to try and pick up the pieces. Limbo Boom and Magnum, they are sat sequestered away, but the isolated 2 from IWNRX cannot really have too much to do with this one. Magnum's going to have to move first, however. I will have to cross this road. It's an open ground transition, and this is going to be so hard with everybody looking his way.
Yeah, Kane's got just an insane spot, right? Over towards this eastern edge. And with Swain just holding his angle on that north side, it is hard for 77 to peak. The thing is, though, I think for Shifu, he did a great job there, and he's opened up that possibility at a win by evening this into a 2v2. So his trade was positive.
Frozen goes down fully. Zedwolf as well on that hillside. Limbo Boom. So important. If Magnum wants to survive at all, it is up to what Limbo Boom can do. This next circle will go fully center. Both of these players from both, well, all four of these players are going to have to shift out from cover. I still think that Limbo Boom's position is the most central, though. He will have to move last, but the question is, does he want to move last?
It has to hold. I mean, Limbo Boom with this angle up on high, they really do need it. I think for 77, this is likely going to be a second place, though. But IWNRX, they just have such a strong spot to play around with. I think Sadira's a little bit closer towards the center. Alongside with Limbo Boom. So IWNRX need to push in. Push out from Magnum. Denies that line of sight to the side. Is that a knock? Not quite. But Magnum sending over. Does find a couple of shots, but it's not enough.
Immediately forcing that peek out, waiting for Limbo Boom to strike. The trees right now so close to the blue zone. That's going to start to tag on immediately. Winged out, and there will Kine fall. Now just Swain. They know where he's at. And this tower, I mean, it's been so central for so long. It's going to force these IWNRX players off of their angles. And there's not much you can do about it here. Swain in a 1 versus 2, though, with an opportunity. The nade might change that. Doesn't tag on damage. Doesn't go quite far enough. Now Limbo Boom has to move. He's jumping down, taking a lot of damage from this blue zone. And Swain catches him. Now it's a 1v1. He waits too long to move. Swain is there with the damage from the blue zone as his assistant. Magnum steps up, looks for the spray. He's in the grass and will keep it together for 77 when it matters most. They add on that chicken dinner, but IWNRX gave them a run for their money.
Yeah, it's a real chunky game there from 77. Another 20-some points added to their tally, which takes them easily into the 40-point range. So realistically, the only team that got a massive amount of eliminations in this game, John, were able to translate as well at the top of the lobby side. So for 77, it's a very good way to start off that day for our most consistent team.
Absolutely, showing excellent consistency. They did get into this circle fairly early on, Blank, it has to be said. They did manage to get into that compound nice and safely with not too much contestation, and the teams around them did a lot of the work in terms of holding them out, but they managed to get so many points for it as well, which is really the impressive part of that match for me, for 77, which is really great to see. It wouldn't be too uncommon to see a team winning from a position like that with 6 elims, 7 elims maybe, but the fact that they were able to add on, I think, 13 towards the end, really great stuff.
Yeah, very, very good stuff. Like I said, they were there early, but it's not an easy spot to always hold on to. There's going to be a ton of teams that do want it. So in terms of defense, yeah, for 77, they did a fantastic job keeping a lot of these other teams away. And this was a beautiful spray transfer. Didn't really have the full line of sight over towards Zedwolf, but a very good educated guess over towards that right side. First one pins on, and he will just continue spraying.
I feel like Limbo Boom could have moved a little bit earlier, but wasn't to be. Maybe they thought he was going to be pushed out by the blue zone on the angle, but there we go. 13 eliminations, 2,400 damage by the team. Very minimal healing there, actually, and that's sort of indicative of the fact that they were nice and safe in their compound, nice and cozy. Central heating and everything in the middle for 77. The circle close to them, and they capitalized wonderfully.
Yeah, they did. I think that you look at it there and you think to yourself that for 77, it is a case of just doing a lot of damage. They were able to get 23 points, which is the exact same amount of points that they came in to the finals with from their league ranking points. So that sits them at 46 at the end of this game. Heroic was another one to very much benefit from this match, but they were lower down on the ranking. So this is certainly a game that they wanted to see on their first match here on Erangel.
Some nice score lines for a couple of our teams. Zeus as well, they had a real rough time of it on that northwestern side, going down a little bit before the rest of them, but still getting a healthy 10 points on board. As we drop down to our second page, Virtus Pro, Trovo 2030 going down early as well. Yeah, I think Virtus Pro, RCB, teams like Fireflux and Na'Vi as well, getting low scoring games to kick things off. Not ideal. So hopefully they can pick up their feet into the next match that we're going to see, Blank.
Yeah, I think when you look at Na'Vi as well, that's such an unfortunate game because they were in the same position as 77 but just weren't able to get too many points at all. Here is our end of game match report with Shifu taking both most eliminations and grenade eliminations, but Zadira keeping true to the role of the squad fragger and overall damage dealer, 725 points at their highest damage, even though they did go down rather early in those final circles.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to get that knockover onto Zadira, get that flush away as well, which put it as close as it really was. With Zadira in that game, there's no way IWNRX are able to get even as close as they did in those final moments. But it wasn't to be for IWNRX. Even with the negation of Zadira, the rest of the team for 77 kept it consistent, kept it nice and clean for 23 points and doubling their totals going into the first match.
You color my eyes, I'm not the enemy. You see my disguise, you tell me I am clean. You save my soul, I'm on my knees
Ruxa, ruxa, pega o da direita.
Bora, bora, bora.
Pega, pega o da direita. Sempre a mesma desculpa. Já chega. Chega disso, chega. This is how we train, and you know this story. Anyone can be the one.
We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
A great start to the start of the day for the finals of 77. They have made a real bid and a statement to open things up with the first match going their way. It was fantastic to see that. Now, over the course of today, there are plenty of other things that are going to be fantastic to see. You can definitely check out these milestones that we're going to be looking for over the course of the finals. We've got an exciting milestones activity for all viewers during the PMSL EMEA Grand Finals, powered by Infinix. Keep watching the stream closely because we're unlocking 5 tiers of prizes for the most dedicated fans. The longer you stay tuned, the better your chances to win. Each milestone you receive unlocks a higher tier prize. So head over to the Instagram Esports PubgM EU and comment #outplay the rest, and you can be the lucky ones to walk away with the prizes. Keep watching for the stream to unlock all the great rewards powered by Infinix.
Exactly, like the Xbuds 3 Loop, Infinix GT20 Pro, as well as the Infinix Hot 50. So make sure you continue to tune in and get your entries over and by commenting outplay the rest. But we'll be heading into our second game of the day here, which will be on Miramar. We've got Sandhawk towards the middle of the day, but this is our current strongest team on Miramar, and it's none other than Virtus Pro, who have quite literally taken the map like a desert storm.
There's really no one who stands close to them right now. I mean, just the average survival time, right? 25 minutes. No one else is even on 24 minutes. It's incredible to have that sort of an average advantage across the board, especially those average eliminations as well. Na'Vi, the only close team, on 6, so that's a really big difference there, and the placements speak for themselves. It's a phenomenal performance on this map for Virtus Pro, and it may be what they need to get their engine running here, because they didn't have the greatest first map.
Yeah, I think that when you look at Virtus Pro, they did a semi-decent job towards that north side, and I was fairly pleased with how they were going about it. But it just didn't work out, and I think that it was a case where they thought that they were doing the old sandwiching onto one team, and then they get caught off from behind. Heroic really holds their own for a little bit too long, and then suddenly you're in this really awkward spot. Someone could be going home at the end of this finals with a brand spanking new Infinix GT20 Pro, the same one that all of these players are playing on here to outplay the rest of the teams in the finals of PMSL EMEA.
Absolutely. Let's head on into the match. Miramar for the first time in the finals. Our 16 teams will once more take to the sky. A total point score now for 77 of 48 points it is really pretty terrifying to see that sort of a towering advantage at the start of things. IWRX in second place with a pretty hot on the heels heroic in third place, 34 and 33 points respectively.
Indeed. 48 points though. Wow.
Huge.
Oh, showing up towards the top there. Starting off the tournament with 25 and then really sending it to the upper limits. I must have started the tournament with 25. I did it. They had 50 over the 3 weeks.
I think
I didn't
that
think
must
they
be
had
true.
50.
That must be true, right? If that's how it's happened.
Yeah, I
It
don't
simply
remember
must
them
be
getting
true.
50. No.
They got 49 and you round up.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Of course.
Yeah,
I
because
even
50
was
would have
saying
seemed
this.
like, yeah.
Yeah, okay, 49. That'll do.
Because you divide the league ranking points that you get by 2 and then you round up. So they had 49 league ranking points at the end of all 3 weeks of play. Divide that by 2. That's 14 and a half, and then you round up to 15. 24 and a half, and then you round up to 25. So that's where those points came from.
Nice one. We got there. We did it good.
I was trying to explain it and did the maths wrong. Let's go.
That's all right. That's how it goes sometimes. That's how it be.
Yeah.
Circle over towards the eastern side. Virtus Pro getting over towards Puerto Paris. So lots of eastern shifts over towards Miramar as of recently. Navi getting a nice early start and La Cobreria is good. Oof. Oof.
Ooh.
It's the first time that La Cobreria has really caught me off guard.
Yeah, you've been got by that one.
I did a
It's attacked you.
double cob.
Yeah, it's a Cobby Robbie Ria.
Cobby cob.
Oh, a good old Cobb in the north. They are going to be close to Trover 2030. But you're right, we have seen a lot of these eastern circles over the last few days of games from the league stages. Teams should be familiar with these rotations by now. And of course, we can always have that East Island finish blank. I'm always going to live in the glory days of watching fish-in barrel-based gameplay. When,
it took us
we had just
4
one team out on
years.
that island. Yeah.
4 years to see an island finish.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy. I think we got a
I'm here
little
for
bit
the next
unlucky.
fall. I'm here for the next fall.
Yep. That's right. We'll wait as long as it takes to get another island finish. Twisted Minds on your screen. If you guys are just joining us now for the finals, this is not the Twisted Minds you're used to, but it is a strong squad. You know, Robs, Doran, Coops, and Lord, all fantastic fraggers in their own right. Looking awesome. And I think they've kind of evolved as the tournament's gone on. You know, they started level 1.
Yeah.
Hit level 32.
Whoa.
They're not quite level 99 yet, though. Right?
Okay.
They're still yet to lay down the gauntlet in the Challengers League.
They haven't quite got the skill cape just yet.
I was
No
going
special
Pokemon.
emotes for them. Yeah, and then I didn't know anything about
You diverted.
that, so I decided to go for RuneScape.
Well, that's okay. That's reasonable.
I mean, I know of Pokemon.
Yeah, it's just specific levels that you evolve.
Isn't that
And
Digimon?
also max level. No, it's actually not Digimon at all. Digimon typically evolved in moments of great need.
But they did evolve, so it's like Digimon.
Yeah, but they didn't evolve at set levels, like I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got to put them under pressure. Seems a bit mean.
No, it's just kind of more like they needed help in the moment, so then the Digimons digivolved.
Is that the plural of Digimon?
Digivolved?
Digimons?
The Digimons, yeah.
Is it not just? Is it not like sheep? Where it's like
No.
it's its own plural,
The Digimons.
not the Digimans.
Yeah, digital monsters. Digimons.
So it's already a plural.
No, because it'd be digital monster.
Oh yeah.
Digimon.
Okay.
Digimons.
That makes sense. Is it the same for Pokemon?
Yeah, Pokemons.
Would you say Pokemons? I feel like you wouldn't.
The Pokemans.
Pokemon.
The Pokemon.
I love that. I love that streamer.
The Pokemon. No, for Pokemon, they say multiple Pokemon.
I think
I-
Pokemon and therefore Digimon also are already their own plurals.
No, because you do say Digimons.
Why? No, you just said that.
Yeah, Pokemon I don't think you pluralize, but Digimon you do.
Plural of Digimon.
Digimons.
Oh, what?
I'm right.
It's Digimons.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
You try to test me, but you testing the wrong person for this. kind of
Digimon
stuff.
Wiki. The word Digimon is typically invariable in the plural. Okay, so typically it is Digimon, but you can say, as you said then, correctly.
Digimons.
Though there are some cases where the term is pluralized as Digimons.
Yeah.
Is it like fish? And the plural of fish? Because if you have a lot of one sort of fish, it's fish.
Yeah.
But if you have a lot of different types of fish, it's fishes.
Oh, interesting. Didn't know that.
Yeah, well, there you go. So maybe it's the same dealio.
I think it's because in all of the theme tunes and stuff like that for Pokemon, which I'm not going to get into too much for copyright reasoning.
Yeah, give us a rendition. Go on.
Yeah. They never refer to them as pocket monsters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But in Digimon, quite literally in the theme tune,
Oh, yeah.
the original OP is
Digital monsters.
digital monsters in a digital world. Yeah. So
They're the champions.
yeah. So you have that line back from official media. It's digital monsters, Digimons.
That's true. Was that also the OST theme tune, though, in the original dub? Or was it only in the anglicized version? Oh, okay.
I think it was... I think Digimons is more Western?
Maybe. Not entirely sure. But it seems like, right now, we are...
It's Japanese.
We are the casters, the Yap-type Pokemons, because we've been going on about this for a little bit of time now.
Curious. There's a lot of curiosity. And to be honest with you, look, I'll put it this way. The reason we have been podcasting is because there really hasn't been a lot of action. With a circle like that, where you get a plane path towards the western side, most teams are more concerned in stage 1 with just getting over towards the circle and parking up. Okay? So we thought figuring out the pluralizations between Pokemon and Digimons was very important in the moment.
I'm enjoying it, so... You know.
Yeah, we always learn something new here, don't we, guys?
It's
on the
true.
show.
That's every day a school day, you know?
Yeah.
You haven't learned something every day, you're a loser.
Yeah, and if you also knew all the lyrics to Digimon, I praise you. But in the meantime, we have our first knock of the lobby coming through from Team Spirit. Second knock. Second knock coming through of the lobby from Team Spirit over towards Power. And they're looking to crash in towards this. Fair enough to them. They do need to eventually crash through Power anyway. So this is a confident push coming through from Team Spirit. Already a lot of damage onto Halhanchi, but Kitsune should be finished off there.
That is unfortunate that flush comes on through. Team Spirit can't quite find the refrag either, and inside with a DBS, it's dangerous to push into him. Luckily, there's the pump action on Nomi. So 3 players still active. Power trying to handle Mantic. 2 players scrabbling around to do it, but there's an off angle coming into it as well. Vidal able to get the shots down the stairs. There's a trade 1-for-1, however, and a third party just across the way. The Falcons are waiting to spring the trap here.
Very, very well done. For effect, honestly. That was quick thinking in the moment. Molotov out the window. But we'll just burn the ground around him. No me crawling around, and it will just be the 2 players remaining. The Team Spirit, again, do not get too much done on this game. And effect likely will have to dip out. Currently playing inside the vehicle as a bit of impromptu cover. This is a hella hard shift, though, over towards the northeast side. It's been a while since we've dipped out onto what I guess you could call a beach on the northeast side. It's more like a field, but it's right on the edge of the water. Water ball. I was like, wow, that's the most northern I've ever said water. Water.
Water. Yes. It appears they're on the edge of the water here, Blank.
Can you try?
You
try to do your best northern water. That's Team Spirit out.
Oh dear. That's terrible. They should have had a little bit more water.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
No, I've got to get really into character, and then we're going sort of Midlands, less than that. Oh, that's a nasty bird.
I do enjoy the fact that Fidan walked into that room, and then the way the character model went down was just like he slipped. Oh, I've slipped on the fire.
Like Robbie Rotten on a banana peel.
That's some slippery flames.
I don't think flames have ever been described as slippery before.
Oh, that's an
I wonder what the
GT20
coefficient
Pro.
of, oh,
The
look at
official
that.
gaming phone.
Are you guys counting those?
You should.
I don't know if we talked about that actually.
We have not, but we do have a special activity for you in the PMSL EMEA Grand Finals. Keep an eye during these matches and count how many times you can spot those Infinix GT20 Pros when they appear. Then head on over to Instagram Regional to drop your guess in the comment, which will be over at PMSL EMEA or PUBG Mobile Europe on Instagram. First person to get it right wins his very own Infinix GT20 Pro. So stay sharp, keep watching, and you might just walk away with the ultimate gaming phone.
You might do. You can always scrub back if you think you've missed some. But you've got to be eagle-eyed and make sure you stay attentive as well. That's the name of the game, especially for our teams in the lobby. This circle, which is this why you were chuckling, Blank? Maybe? Because Virtus Pro just got a massive shift, and again, it looks like they're on for a good Miramar.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy how the guys from Virtus Pro have moved up from Pause Party, so yet again, even past in planets like circles, it's looking good for Virtus Pro this game.
You have a pretty decent coastal apartment right now. Beachfront property, excellent parking, not too much traffic normally, but it's about to get chock-a-block fairly soon. As they're hanging out over on the east side. The hills up to the northwest of them right now also very, very strong. You've got teams like RCB, probably in one of the best spots, second to that, to play up on that high ground to the north, more northern side of this circle. So maybe dropping the T's, getting some glottal stops in the middle of there as well for RCB.
Navi. Playing towards that north side, I like this. I think they've done it before. You know, you try and just kind of guess over towards that north side that it's going to be one of those four buildings and you can hold a big amount of space. Yeah, out down towards that southwest side. They'll have to move in. And it is a bit of a slope, John. It is a bit of a slope. You can try and play down towards where Enigma Galaxy is on the longhouses, but we know that's a tricky place to assault.
Brute force. 77 trying to force them into an unideal position, but I think Freezer on his own may struggle here. I mean, there are shots coming through from the off angle for Brute Force, but you lose one, it starts to all crumble. 77 trying to navigate around this, but they're just going to be heading straight towards S2G further south. I don't think this is going to go well for them, but they'll give it a try. Magnum in first, down first as well. Immediately flushed. Shifu. Next up, most likely, very low on the HP. Gets that heal off, though, to keep him a little bit more in the health, but Marceau spots Limbo Boom, gets that flush. 77 cut down to 2. So good news for the teams trying to pursue it. And not so great news for 77 fans in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, for 77, taking 2 knocks there, most teams are like this. Yes!
Hurrah!
Get in! This is awesome. Perfect opportunity to maybe catch up to them as they head out towards the front side at lightning speed. Na'Vi, though, not confident to head down towards this position on the map quick enough, so instead it's heroic to make that play. Well done to them.
Good stuff, good stuff. 4 players alive for them as well. As we are going straight coastal right now with this circle. I mean, it's Virtus Pro, right, this game. It kind of feels like it has to be. The question is, can they fend off all the teams who will look to try and push past them? Enigma Galaxy, on the meantime, trying to clear out the northern side of this one to try and have first access to this northeast edge of the circle. But Lemon's there, and he's making it problematic for them. It's not going to be easy to get past this one, especially with Heroic, with Enigma Galaxy. Everybody all trying to conclude this and get on to the next stage.
Yeah, again, for a lot of these squads trying to head down this way, not only is it a difficult transition through this building for Na'Vi, but it's a difficult transition even further down towards that south side with Virtus Pro holding so much space. Nades going through, Enigma Galaxy, Redox shaking in his boots right now as Na'Vi looks to pincer on towards him and will find the initial shot.
All tremulous inside the longhouse there. Not going to last too much longer. Won't last the winter. Gets a little bit too spooky for him. Na'Vi with 2 on the inside. 1 further out. Looking to crash back in to give them the backup that they need here. Enigma Galaxy still with oversight, but Heroic in for the fight. 1 knock sent to the off angle. Axis spotted, clocked as well by Bolt with the spray down, who darts inside, gets that flush, but at the cost of his own knock flip. Looking to try and challenge the door frame, but Kevin's there to push him back. And yet again, another fall for Na'Vi, leaving them on 1 player alive. Default on the outside, the pump action doing work against him, whittling his health bar down. A flip to the spray down, but it's not going to work out this time. A transfer for Default. Where did that come from? Twisted Minds rolling over the hilltop as well. They conclude this, but they've still got Enigma Galaxy ready and waiting. Or rather, just SnowX. And this time, it won't be too much for them.
What a way to end all that. How Twisted Minds came in to shut it all down before it got a little bit too exciting. And now can move through. But good timing from Twisted Minds, honestly. I think you hear the fighting going on for so long that it can only mean that those teams are bruised and battered. But what a play from Default, John.
Yeah, able to get that 180 spray down. Especially not using the shotgun. I mean, that's almost more impressive. With the shotgun, you do see that a little bit more frequently. But even with a shotgun, it's impressive. However, to do it with the spray down on the rifle, really strong stuff for him. Very powerful. However, not going to last. As both... well, all 3 teams in that vicinity did go down. Twisted Minds, the ultimate victors on that angle. But Trovo 2030, they're trying to change that. Nade over to Doran, doesn't connect fully.
Lord here looking to head up towards Trovo 2030. Brute Force are coming in at the same time though, so both teams kind of stuck between one another, and Trovo in a very tricky situation, John. This smoke being the only thing between them and a lot of pain and suffering.
It's not where you want to be, really. Far from ideal. The northern side still yet to conclude, so is the south. And in the midst of it all, Virtus Pro have just been chilling for so long. They're going to be so much better on meds, on utility. They haven't been scrapping with RCB across the road, but everyone else's armor is going to be punished here. Knock's going to be sent through. The bleed out's going to start to become very, very nasty. On the south side, Falcons get eliminated. IWNRX, Zeus 77, S2G all fighting on that edge. But up on the north side here, Brute Force trying to utilize this higher ground, trying to leverage it to give themselves an advantage for this forwards transition. But the team's getting res now and on the move.
Virtus Pro is living life to the max right now. They are on the beaches. They've got the feet up. This is a perfect time for them. In the meantime, though, it is this brute force between them and Trovo 20. It's gone horribly wrong, John. Okay? It has gone horribly. That's the only way to describe it. It looked good at the start, but that one smoke kind of changed everything.
A little bit of a shake-up on tempo. Virtus Pro taking shots out towards Zeus on the south side. Trying to maintain their space in the middle. They know how valuable it is. They just want to keep things going, keep things in favorable positions. All Brute Force just over the top of the smoke there. That's a peppering. RCB seizing that fight.
Yeah, and salt into the wound onto both teams as Brute Force and Trovo 2030 get away with limited players. Brute Force down to 2, Trovo down to 1. Oh, well, half a guy. So incredibly low. Does Virtus Pro just kind of wait to win? Still like queuing for a chicken dinner? Is this what it is?
They've been there for a while.
Line?
They're just staring at the rotisserie going like, ooh, that's going to be done soon.
It's gonna be ready to go. Marso. You see that?
Jump scare.
No, that wasn't just me, right? It's like we've got like some really blasting music at the same time from the lobby screen.
Oh dear. Icy down the west point for Virtus Pro to Fireflux as well. A really nice roll up and a crash onto the angle. He's not down fully just yet, but I'm not sure why. Fireflux more preoccupied with just getting themselves back to their feet. And there's the rundown finally. So Virtus Pro losing that player. They were waiting, but someone's just cut in front.
Yeah, it's very mean. It's not cool. Very uncool, most people would say. That's a nice chicken dinner the Virtus Pro are waiting for. It might have just been taken away from them as Malloy goes down next. A good shot from Aaron on Zeus. Remember, coming from league stage, Zeus has improved so much, adding a lot of bells and whistles to their arsenal.
It is ringing like mad as well because they're pushing in from this south side. They're looking not unhealthy. They've got 5 eliminations. That first match for them was pretty decent as well. So they are looking to make a statement, move up towards the top of these tables. Virtus Pro, whilst they held so much position, I mean, I guess I kind of touched on it earlier saying like a lot of these teams were preoccupied with each other. But the fights are starting to clear up now. And as soon as those gaps start to show, people just went wham, straight into these outpost, isolated positions of Virtus Pro. I think their stretch, their off angles were held potentially a little bit too long to fully control it. Luckily, they've been able to keep 3 players alive. They should be able to get some healing done. Fireflux do have the high ground over them, but they're going to have to move pretty fast.
Yeah, they did have a 4-man split, and you kind of respect the 4-man split in this situation because there are so many directions these teams can come from. They could even wrap underneath, in which case if you're playing on the north side, you might not even see it happen. So I guess with Virtus Pro, it's more of a case of we sacrifice a lot of our defense for incredible scouting. Now they know where the opposition is coming from on that northwest side. They can kind of tighten things up over towards there. But yeah, it is an interesting one for Virtus Pro. There's too much space to be holding. The circle continues to send their way.
Owie.
Another good couple of shots, and Twisted Minds, they're on a bit of a tear this game.
That is a nice little light up there. RCB try and make the mad dash across the road. Really not too much they could do there, so I don't begrudge them it too much. Twisted Minds, though, major profit from that rotation. 5 eliminations now on their tally. The north side of the circle is theirs to try and push in through as well. With Fireflux leaving their high ground in a couple of seconds, I'm sure, it's going to make it easier for Twisted Minds to push in. Zeus, it for me, is kind of the wild card in this game. If Virtus Pro lose a player, they're going to be so focused uphill. I think Zeus could very realistically move in downhill and have a strong chance if Fireflux and Twisted Minds clash with one another as well.
Yeah, again, I actually have liked how Zeus has played this game out. And genuinely, throughout the entire tournament, I think Zeus has been one of my favorite teams that we got to see here at PMSL EMEA. And they are a team that just, the players on side, they seem very happy to be here, John. And that is always a positive in my book. And I think for a team like them who didn't start out the league very well, but I've been really pleased with their performance so far and all the improvements they've made, and they've managed to seem like they've translated that a little bit through to the finals already. So we'll see what they can get done, because I don't think you're remiss in saying that from that south side they have a chance, because I absolutely think they do. They're a bit of the wild card here.
I think if now that Virtus Pro have lost another player, I think Twisted Minds for me would be the prime pick at this stage. There is, I think, most worlds where they do just sweep through this lobby, make it work. And they have the numbers advantage, certainly. Although descending to this coastal side with all 4 of their players is an interesting choice for Twisted Minds, but they've opted to go for it, leaving Doran, Rob's a little bit higher up.
It was also an interesting choice for Virtus Pro to be like, well, the split didn't work, so do you know what we should do? We should split.
Same again.
Same
2 of
again.
those, please.
Yeah. Back to the end of the queue to you.
Well, even if you're going to cut, I'm not. I'm going to stand at the back of this queue and grumble about it.
Yeah, I'll wait again. So for Virtus Pro, a bit of a weird one, considering they actually had such a strong chance at this game and were given all the possibilities for it. I mean, again, it's gone top of Michigan. What more did Virtus Pro want, realistically?
Oh dear. They might still win it, you know?
There is if Bishke wins it solo, I will
Okay. Yeah.
not do a max man and shave my eyebrows off.
Okay.
I won't do a max man.
I think he still
I'm
needs to
not
shave
gonna
his
do that.
eyebrows, right?
He does, yeah. I mean, he didn't follow through, so never mind.
Yeah, that's fair. You can promise basically anything because Max just didn't follow through.
I would have definitely shaved my eyebrows.
Oh yeah, I definitely would have too. Actually, yeah,
Yeah.
if they'd have won that one. But...
Twisted Vines, a very good lineup now. I mean, they've done a good job of clearing that side, and I think that the amount of eliminations, the amount of teams they're able to sweep through, I think they could be very confident as to that side of the map being cleaned. So now they can just start to push on through. It's only going to be easier for them as they're heading towards stage 8 because the circle is going to cut off a lot of this high ground plateau and force teams down over towards Robs. This has been a really good game from Twisted Minds.
They've been pretty efficacious in their pursuits. Their endeavors, seemingly profitable. We'll see if that continues, or if there's a downward trend on the horizon. They have got a lot of control of the sightlines here in the circle and the numbers to back it up. Fireflux, they had a decent ascent. I mean, this was the team that drew first blood from the Virtus Pro split, right? If they didn't take down that high ground position, that split, I think, would have had a lot more strength for quite a lot longer. But that in itself, I guess. What? Did you see that?
I did.
Did you see that?
Do we comment
Scarface?
on that? Do we comment on that?
I don't know, man.
They're fighting one another right now. They're beating each other up. They're attacking one another.
Funniest name.
He has a Molotov out. What's going on?
I've seen it in a long time. Oh my goodness. He banks it off the tree, back at himself, and then drives into it. Like, that's special. That's like a skill shot. Dude Perfect made that video, I'm pretty sure.
Actually was very good. We need to get Nade King up in here?
Yeah.
That's the real question.
Hell yeah.
Can you analyze that for us, please?
Yeah.
What's the lineup on that one?
Yeah. That's... Especially off a tree as well. Not even off a wall, you know?
Can we just take a moment to talk about this stage 8, though? Because I think this is the most water I have seen in stage 8 before.
It's pretty deep, right? Like, you've got about 30% of the circle is just water.
We're right towards the cove. It's really cool, actually. I don't think I've never seen this circle before. And I've seen a lot of circles in my time, if I do say so myself.
I agree with you. I think this is a potential weird first. Down Fireflux go. Eren in their sights, and they want to get wet right now. Look at that. They crash them straight over the side into the drink. Trying to stand up, but they are getting torn apart as Zeus very happy to deal with this. Twisted Minds in the meantime. Instant capitalization. Moving forwards fast. And now down to this coast as well. Nades to the backline. Zeus did take a knock, but they picked up a lot of points for this. Fireflux, 4 eliminations.
Ooh,
they want
Scarface,
more. Twisted Minds is there. Nades over the top. Re-knock onto Eren. Twisted Minds take a knock. Coops is there for the backup, but they are a little bit isolated. Potential for Scarface to stand up. Maybe get a spray onto Coops. Getting naughty as he goes back into the water.
I respect that.
He's down.
I think that for Twisted Minds, actually for Zeus, they were attempting to finish off Scarface. So they confirmed themselves the second. And will be Eren going out. Doran's down. 10 eliminations so far for Twisted Minds, but another gorgeous grenade will take down one. Player swims the water. It's the only place he can be. And they will just go for the quick spray into the water. And it will be a win for Twisted Minds. Actually, a very good game from them on our second match of the day.
I think the only rotation that I had questions about in my mind was that send down to find one of the final players of Virtus Pro to that coastline, but they had so much control over the rest of that lobby. They knew that the teams out in the west were holding each other back a little bit so that they had the time to do that. They had their opportunity window. They took it, and it worked out for them really, really well. They got a huge elimination count. They had some great fights during that match, and it's really great to see. Zeus as well, again, having a strong performance over the course of that entire match and doing very well for themselves.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this game. It was a very fun one. And I think Twisted Minds, they sort of play that out how maybe Virtus Pro should have done, which is to get a lineup over towards one side of the circle, rather than try to control it all. And I think they overestimate their abilities a little bit too much there. We are now in the finals. We have our top 16. There are no feeder teams inside this lobby. It's not going to be a case of being able to hold such a massive area, and Virtus Pro might need to go back to the drawing board just in terms of what they can and cannot do in a finals like this. Because although, you know, there was a possibility for Virtus Pro just to dominate the circle there, get a huge amount of eliminations, it's a scary one to go for. It's a scary one to go for, and I think it was a mistake at the end of the day.
Overall, though, you do still have to remember that Virtus Pro are first in line for that PMGC spot from the points qualification as well. So potential for them to do a little bit of interesting testing during these matches. However, the money on the line kind of makes you want to think, no, they just didn't really play that one super well. But there is that sort of confidence backing that they have of being very, very likely to make it in on PMGC points alone, which is going to obviously bolster their confidence to give them that opportunity to make plays that other teams may be a little bit less confident in going for. 12 eliminations for Twisted Minds. They do just about 2,000 damage. And they have a cracking game for themselves. Very well done.
Yeah, 2029 damage, so very, very well done to them, but hopefully not 2029 when they get themselves a win in a PMSL. Maybe this is the one for them in 2024. But really well done. 22 points is a strong match here. Zeus Esports on 14 elims with Fireflux down to 9. So a nice spread of points here for most teams on the top page, but it is Twisted Minds taking the vast majority of their home, but all the way down to even 6th place, getting 6 points is kind of nice for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, absolutely. They will take those if they can get them, as disappointing as it may be for what they could have achieved during that match. And I think there is definitely a case to be made for watching out for Zeus here over the course of these next few days, because as we said, as you highlighted very correctly, they did have a little bit of a change of heart towards the end of those league stages, and it seems to have carried over. The same can't be said for a few other teams, though. I mean, Na'Vi dropping off a little bit. Virtus Pro, again, a little bit of a drop-off there. IWNRX also, I mean, they had a pretty decent game one, so that's kind of fair. And, of course, there is always the caveat that we're only 2 matches deep into these finals, so it's very difficult to read into it super heavily.
Yeah, there's still a fair few matches to go. We've got 16 still ahead of us here out of our 18. But we'll be heading over towards Sandhog next, which is going to be a little bit of a quicker match here, but still a map where you can pump out a lot of numbers. Look at this, though, very much dominated by Twisted Minds as well as Zeus Esports on their sends on either west and the east side. So both teams had a very similar idea. It was just unfortunate there was so many teams over towards that western side that it was difficult for Zeus to clear out all of them. But they make the smart play, heading down towards that south side to extend their game and do get themselves to 2nd place in the end.
Yeah, and I think that was a thoroughly deserved 2nd place as well. I mean,
yeah,
I don't think there's a team I would have given it to otherwise, especially once Fireflux kind of just fell down that hill. They didn't have too many
tumbled,
options.
didn't they?
It was kind of wild for them to just go for that send. But there is a send that you guys should go for, and that's over to the finals this year for PMGC. You could buy your tickets here at a hefty, bulky 40% discount there for a limited early bird discount. Scan the QR code at the bottom of your screens, and you could grab a ticket and be on your way to London at the end of the year. Once these teams have concluded the PMSLs, we will be moving over towards PMGC focus, so make sure that you can catch up with the best of the best. For now, we're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with more PUBG Mobile.
PUBG Mobile version 3.4 marks the launch of the new Wonder Season. Explore a series of featured creations and complete various challenge missions to earn points and get awesome rewards. Let's check it out. You'll find Wonder Season on the World of Wonder page. Here, you can choose a creation and start matchmaking. Furthermore, there are Wonder Season missions to complete. Each day, you can complete multiple Wonder Season creation missions and one non-Wonder Season creation mission. Up to 100 points can be earned daily. It's worth mentioning that each time you play a featured Wonder Season creation, you'll be evaluated based on your performance, and your evaluation determines how many points you earn. You can get up to 100 points. Do keep in mind that different types of creations have different evaluation criteria. Complete missions to earn points and improve your tier. Each tier offers unique rewards, including AG, covers, avatar frames, rare sets, and more. Head to Wonder Season now and explore away. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonders Wonder Season. Get your friends and explore the Wonder Season together now.
Twisted Minds turn up for Miramar, and they are able to find a chicken dinner, joining 77 as our finals victors so far in course of the 2 games that we've had. My name is John Allen, with me is Blank, and we are going to be marching merrily on in our day's proceedings. We've got another map coming up for you next. I believe it is Sandhawk, because we have changed around that map order. I'm still getting to grips with it. It's very, very difficult to know, you know, when you've been so used to just being like, oh, it's just 3 Erangels, right? To remember what we've got coming up next, but it is indeed Sandhawk. Here are our top 5 teams.
Top 5 teams coming through. It's IWNRX, who actually has had a pretty damn good time so far out of a lot of our squads here over on Sandhawk. Average placements being 2.5, which is a little bit behind some of our other squads overall, but their average placements do bring them up by quite a bit, and you do need to get those eliminations coming through to ensure that you actually get through towards the end game, because a lot of times it is quite a bit of fighting.
Yeah, you can see Na'Vi in general. I think when you add these up, it's certainly very, very close to IWNRX, but when you add up the average placements and average eliminations, they are right on the money. So I think Na'Vi is also a team to definitely watch out for. IWNRX's style, because they're more elimination focused, a lot less placement focused, is a lot more volatile, right? So if Na'Vi are able to keep up pace here, they could definitely have a bumper match here, as could, well, the rest of this entire lobby. We know that every single team can and has and probably will step up at some point over the course of these next few days. This is one of 3 Sandhawks, though, that we're going to be seeing over the next 3 days. They only get 1 shot at it, which means that you don't want to be getting weighed down here. And speaking of teams that get weighed down in Sandhawk, we have a lot of hot drops, right? Virtus Pro RCB in Painan. You've got 77 and Power up in the north as well. We have had a little bit less presence down towards Camp Charlie, though, because we've gotten rid of a couple of the teams that like to go there.
Yeah, we have. I think that overall, on Sandhawk, the typical thing you're going to probably see here is definitely the fact that a lot of the spaces around the map should be taken up, and you might just be able to create a space in your hands available for an Infinix GT20 Pro. Spot them in game and on the screen and guess the amount that was shown over the day. Comment over on Instagram at Esports PubgM EU for a chance at winning that GT20 Pro for yourself. It's the same phone that all the players have been using throughout the entirety of the PMSL EMEA to outplay the rest.
Absolutely. So keep your eyes sharp, keep watching, and we might just walk away with the ultimate gaming phone. You never know, it could be you. You just need to be quick on that comment. So make sure you're heading over Esports PubgM EU. Now, over to Sandhawk for our first entry onto the jungle for this time around. It will be from Camp Bravo down towards Nakam on the southwest side. There's the plane path cuts across. In general, it's so super chill. It's so super chill on Sandhawk for getting to where you want to go. It's so rare that you see a plane path that actually precludes you from going to where you want to. So that will not change this time around as well.
No, I think most teams are pretty happy with where they need to be on this match. Getting over towards that top side. Like I said, because it is just 16 teams every single time, I'm imagining that all these spots should be fairly open and teams should be able to get where they want to go. I'm wondering if anyone's going to try and challenge out Team Spirit in boot camp, but we'll see. We'll see.
RCB dropping split around that east side. Not going to be challenging out. It's the northwest side. Actually, they will a little bit. I thought the rest of them were going to be dropping short. Matic getting stuck in amongst 2 players from RCB, but they get away with it. Grabs a vehicle, sends out 2 players for RCB in Painan, 3 players in Painan for Virtus Pro. And over on the northwest island, Zeus have a hot drop situation on their hands as well with Twisted Minds, but it looks like they're going to branch away from one another. A quick turnaround for Zeus. You can see they know that Twisted Minds hit the ground first. They're like, nope, see you later. Not going there. Power still going up towards Hartin at 77 are fully extracted over the way.
Yeah, leaving because it's just kind of not worth it for themselves. For Zeus, that is a kind of an awkward drop to be in. I really don't like heading towards that position because getting out from this area, it is a lot of open ground you have to cover. Without a vehicle either, it does make life very, very difficult, John.
Yeah, Zeus have managed to grab, I think, at least 1 vehicle here. Power, though, up on the north side, they're aware that this has happened, right? They've been clocking those shoots down towards the south, towards the top of the mountain. They'll have seen this diversion, and this is why Al-Haji's out here. He's already got a UMP and that auto shotgun as well on board, which means he is equipped to deal with a player rotating in. Maybe close the door behind you, not give the game away that you're in here. Allow someone to step a little bit too close to danger and burn them if they do. But no, he's more concerned with staying alive for Power because they're going to have to shift out east. And I think that guarding out a team here may be a little bit too tall of an order to then transition into getting into the zone. When you know you're going to have to use this northwest bridge, where 77 are almost certainly going to try and guard you out.
77. On a really wide split as well. And you're right, they're looking to guard out a lot of teams here, let's say. Maybe Power, potentially even Team Spirit if they move over towards that northern side. Team Spirit's been caught a lot of times on their northern rotate. Because I think a lot of their northern rotates have been very, very calm. And sometimes even a bit lackadaisical. So I hope that Team Spirit is a little bit switched on when they do make that move over towards that north side, because there has been frequent times where teams have tried to assassinate them as they come into the circle itself. Yeah, it's a weird one though. Yeah, it's a weird one, John, with Power, Twisted Minds, Zeus and Na'Vi all over towards this western side of the map. It's going to be a rough rotate outwards.
Yeah, it could be. But Twisted Minds, Team Spirit, they have actually already transitioned out of boot camp. I also want to update on RCB and Virtus Pro. A full extrication has happened. Evacuation from Painan. RCB have gotten out fully, and nobody has gone down. This is the first time, I think, across this whole tournament, Blank, that we haven't seen someone die on a hot drop on Sandhawk, which is pretty impressive. Wait a minute. What's that? I spy an Infinix GT20 Pro. Add that to the tally. Add them up.
I was going to spoil it. Oh, or am I?
Yeah. Oh, do you know how many are coming?
I know.
I'm counting as I go. I'm not telling you how many I think I've seen.
I know how many there are so far.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
I'm not letting anyone in on that. It's a secret.
No, that's my information. I'm going to keep that. Hopefully you guys are keeping it too, because you could win a free phone.
Everybody likes free phones.
Not any phone. The Infinix GT20 Pro. Big phone. Good phone.
Best phone.
Virtus Pro. Playing a little bit dangerous for my liking in the same vehicle here. I mean, this is fairly unscouted territory for them. And I mean, they are transitioning through this terrain quite well, but especially going past Quarry. You know a lot of teams are going to be dropping out around this area. And so being in the same vehicle at this point, I think, is probably a mistake. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see Virtus Pro lose at least 1 player on this rotation as they crash straight into the south side of RCB and this central cohort of teams.
It's
Sometimes
Pro.
it works though.
Sometimes it does work. Get over towards Trovo 2030. Find the first knock. And we'll take down Cattell. And that leaves them as 4 here with the rest of Trovo 2030 on the other side of the road. There's a chance that getting too much retribution going. And another shot comes through over towards Ragnarok. I don't even know how they were able to thread the needle on the bullets there through the window. Another good couple of peppers head on through over towards them. And I think how weakened they are, they're just going to send in. But a big double comes through from Marcelo. Virtus Pro laid low.
And another shot from on high from Frozen. IWNRX with the third-party scout out. Folds back in, happy with the point. Team Spirit are losing players in the middle in the meantime. And the compound that they have is pretty important here, Blank, to try and keep under control. But Kitsune going down early, puts them on 3, reduces the control on that compound significantly. Virtus Pro, they get a great opening on this crash, right? We saw that. They were able to take control of the house fully, but they bit off a lot more than they could chew here. Spray down from Marcelo was excellent with the DBS, finding 2. They got a little bit ahead of themselves trying to transition across the road as well, especially given the fact that the high ground was occupied behind.
If we take a quick look, the rest of the map, your brute force on that northern side, S2G yet to move out from Paradise Resort. I think they're going to be pretty comfortable in there for now, John, honestly. Falcons over towards that eastern. I know that's 2. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
I've not even got a beard.
I feel bad. Okay.
No, you're in the swing of it. You just come off an event with him, so that's fair enough.
Yeah.
It's these J names. They just get.
It's honestly, it is the J. It's the J that's throwing me off big stuff.
Yeah. It happens. And we're both excellent commentators, right? So.
Yeah, it's true. Exactly. That's the comparison.
Yeah.
I can't distinguish.
It's just impossible. There's no differences. Except for all the differences.
Navi down towards the south side at the moment. But we'll have much further to go. And a lot more chances for me to call them the right name, at least.
Oh, wow. This is a real classic Nigma Galaxy strat. Not even from these players, just from the name of the team, right? They just love just sitting in Sami and not doing anything. Expect to see them move Zone 4.
What? So, Nigma Galaxy, it's not the same team at all.
No.
They inherited Sami, but it seems they've already also inherited the playstyle here. I can understand. I know why people play like this from Sami, but there is a point where, you know, the circle's on the other side of the map. It's time to move. As the same could be said for Team Spirit, as Nomi looks to fend off versus the Falcons. Good double.
Oh, steps just in front of that window, but stays alive. Hope was not on the ball for that spray, which is fortunate. And actually maybe caught by a third party. Nomi getting that heal off. Effect was the one suppressing that. There is brute force off in the windows, but Hope encroaches now. 2 players down for Falcons, and they want to keep themselves alive. But IWNRX are here to once more pinch a point or 2 should they be able to find it. Ali goes up to their tally. Team Spirit denied that point. IWNRX continue to move on in. Fireflux in the meantime on the southwest side with Trovo 2030 and Virtus Pro still trying to just corral them in, pick up those points, close the net around it. Remember, a lot of players down on both those teams. Team Spirit still, though, with 2 players on the inside. They've got a really strong set of buildings here to stay alive into stage, probably 5, moving into this one.
Ragnar on the backside of the rock. Just be chilling for now. I mean, the rest of his team is suffering. IWNRX, typical rotate for them up towards the stilts. It's actually not a bad position at all. I mean, you can see through on the other side. There's a small little gap way between the rocks, but it also gives you a lot of cover to work around with. It's not quite a compound, but it's good enough, and they will find Hope off the back of it.
Especially with 4 players alive, you can hold a lot of the angles around this area. Seeing what they can do with it. Little replay here for Nomi, who was able to take down 2 of the Falcons, just stepping out with that DBS. Doing a lot of work for them. They're still on 2, and they still got the building for now. But IWNRX trying to move around the rock, giving it back in turn, but Kind doesn't even get knocked here, which means that the Falcons are out for just the 1 point here. And now IWNRX, not unlikely that we see them take the fight with Team Spirit, but maybe put a little bit of a break on that. Nick Galaxy on the southwest side, they did manage to send in. Goodness me, it's zone 2. They're way ahead of schedule. As Royale finds that opening knock, gets Silas down, and gets him dealt with.
Yeah, good stuff. Finally makes a big move. And I mean, RCB weren't actually quite ready for this one. Good nade goes over the top from Wild, but not quite enough to take Ralph down. Does get the first aid kit off, runs back to the rest of his team, but more damage pours through that way. At least they get the confirmation on a little bit of damage from the grenade, which gives the position away, and they'll just send around the side, try and trade off one another. Oh, they need it. Some really good shots coming through from Redox to catch him on the strafe.
Yeah, Ralph was coming out of that smoke. An excellent pincer strategy there for Nick Galaxy on the engagement. RCB could not send backup out this way. The blue zone was coming in. They can't waste this time. And you're right. It is interesting that Nick Galaxy keep going for this strat as this team rather than the players. But it's kind of like a ship of Theseus kind of thing. You know, you replace a board here and there. You replace a player. You replace a coach. And then eventually you've got an entirely new set of the same things, but you're still playing the same strategy. You're still applying the same rotations and making those same routes. It's really interesting to see that sort of thing unfold, because you know teams are like, oh, Nick Galaxy, they're going to drop down there. Other drop spots are going to be much more contested. So you're like, well, we're Nick Galaxy, so we get that spot, right? In the long run, it's quite an interesting phenomenon.
Yeah, it's sometimes difficult, honestly, though, in these games. I think we've had quite a few matches as well where teams have run-ins or some unlucky moments as well, John. And that can hurt you in the finals, at least. Which is why we do see so many times you get into that top 16, no one's really hot dropping at all. It's not worth it. You don't want to alter your play off the back of an unlucky hot drop. You know, it might go badly 2 times in a row, in which case, what are you going to do after that? It gets very, very troublesome. 77 though, up towards that northwest side though, John, actually looking fairly good.
Yeah, they've got a pretty solid spot on the northeast side of Paradise Resort. Some excellent transitional options ahead of them. They could even go into Paradise Resort if the circle shifts out west. Na'Vi staying out of the fight for now, and I mean, that kind of contributes to their success so far. I feel like this is just their style on Sandhawk. They just stay out of it until as late a stage as they can, and then they start to get stuck in. They might not have a choice, though, because Heroic, they've hopped in, they've mounted up. They're going in for the fight against Lemon, who's on the rooftops here. Nade cooking. They're all still grouped up. Haven't found out just yet. Puts the pin back in, 2 per house, and they're clearing. Breach and clear through the door frames. Pin is pulled. He's just waiting for them to expose themselves a little bit. Heroic, wondering where the player is, because Na'Vi have now moved the team up to try and deal with it. Nade in. And they're aware that there's presence on the other side of it with the vehicles rolling up. Trovo could maybe also third party this blank.
I think when you look at Na'Vi right now, it's unfortunate for Lemon because every time he pulled the pin on that, there was more and more chance for Heroic to hear the sound cue and then realize that this is probably a fight they want to back off from. Kevin goes back in. He's keen, eager.
Well, where do you go from here, right, for Heroic? If you go back to your old compound right on the edge of the circle, not super likely. You go ahead of them, you're just going to get shut down. So this fight may be one of their best options at this stage. Try and conclude it, wait for this next circle, and that's probably what they're waiting for. It does shift up to the north, so there is actually now potential for them to go back up, but 77 hold the ridge line over that compound. It's going to be very difficult for Heroic. The fact that this compound isn't in means that this fight technically does not need to happen. Both teams could just disengage.
Which is a very good possibility, but I think it's a case of Heroic maybe having to back off over towards the western side and Na'Vi having to fight out against the remnants of Trovo 2030. There's a compound down towards the south. They could both go for it. That might make for a troublesome start towards their endgame in stage 4. Fireflux getting ripped to shreds though, John.
That's Team Spirit on the off angle. Nomi's just like, oh, thank you very much. We've been in these buildings for a while. I felt like stretching my legs. Felt like stretching our score on this match as well, because they're up to 4 now for Team Spirit, but they have to get in, and I think this will be the end of their run. We'll see how much further they can go. Na'Vi pushing in. They did, in fact, have the disengagement going not fully their way. They're taking a knock now, and Trovo 2030 with Marcelo, who was able to save so much for the team against the Virtus Pro roll-up. Now trying to keep them a little bit more healthy as well. Lemon backs off, will get this healing done, and Na'Vi have sent forwards to deal with Yusuf. So it is a 2v2 for both of the Trovo 2030 players. Flip putting a lot of pressure on him behind this rock. And a big nade, Yusuf, over on the inside. He's just taken down 2 of the players from Na'Vi on his own with a big nade to split them apart. Marcelo has been traded off on, and now the attention has to turn to Yusuf. That is disaster for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, that's the compound they really wanted as well. That was the perfect compound for them. And Na'Vi being cut down to size is just 2. Marcelo's left behind. They look to deal with Yusuf next.
No.
In comes Team Spirit. That's going fast.
Yep,
It will
and
be
they
only
will not...
Nomi.
They're not going to stop as well. Effect, yeah, he's just out. This was 2 roll-ups attempted at edge compounds, but both of them were occupied. Nomi does get into the circle, but at what cost?
Cost indeed. I mean, for Team Spirit, though, at least they get 4 elims on this game already, so it's not been a total waste of a match. And they're on that northern side, so the only competitors are 77, Heroic, and Na'Vi. And all 3 of these teams like their positions in the circle. I think 77 is the most dangerous, though, for Nomi, but does spot 1. Okay. There's a bold nade. I think he has to put that one away, yeah.
Yeah, if Shifu had stayed up there, that nade was going, but he didn't spot Nomi's approach. Nomi spotted him completely. You don't want to make noise, but you'll take a nade if you can. Hard southwest shift. Keeps Paradise Resort in, and Twisted Minds now with a decent chance.
Yeah, it's a grim circle, to be honest with you. So much Paradise Resort in this one. You know it's not ending there, so you don't typically want to confirm inwards, but for Twisted Minds, it's more of a case of how do we get rid of Zeus in the next couple of minutes, because we'd like to play a similar game to last match, clear out our southwest, and then we can just play from there. Good name from Freezer onto Frozen. Spotting that one out.
Twisted Minds getting that opening knock over to Zeus. Brute Force on the east side have IWNRX to deal with, the remnants thereof, because there's 2 players remaining. Bouncing the nades over the top, Lord trying to connect onto Eren. Not going to be able to be successful on the first endeavor. The blue zone will be pushing them through. This wall side that Zeus have kind of puts them in the grave already at this stage. I would not expect any team to be able to make this one out, unless Rita has something miraculous to pull off, but Spraydown's just not connecting. They know they're there. They're all bunched up. Thorin, Lord, just need to put these nades in the right place one time, and that is the end of Zeus. Big nade over to Rita. That curtails them a lot. The burn is coming through. That opens up Lord to just move through, stepping out wide. I like this push coming in, playing from that top rope. But won't be able to do so much damage. They're just going to tear them apart from multiple off angles. It's going to be so difficult to deal with yet. Zeus cannot withstand. RCB eliminated in the meantime. Power as well falling as Zeus find themselves in the dirt under the boot of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that hurts. That really does hurt for Zeus. Especially how they did so well against them in that last match over on Miramar. You check out the circle now, stage 5. Pre-pod goes down. That's from Brute Force. They're trying to get in on that eastern side, but S2G, they've only got one direction to look. They know exactly what they want to do with it. There is a knock over towards Kevin, and Nomi will take down that player, but the rest of Heroic are far too concerned with 77 at the moment.
Oh, they've spotted Nomi, but they're just going to go straight past it. They don't need this tower, but they need to deal with it. The nade from Nomi takes himself down and will be out of there. I mean, deny the point?
Reasonable.
Sure, why not? Yeah. I hope that was intentional. I hope that was intentional.
I think it was.
Because if it wasn't, that's a competitor for worst nade of the day, which is saying something.
Yeah, I don't think it beats. Scarface's was the worst best one.
That's
Neos
what?
is doing something spectacular in this room.
I'm going to need a replay on that, because I feel like Neo's just 1v3'd S2G. And now Swash is on the back lines wondering what just happened. Furia did have that side swipe, so probably weakened them as they tried to step forwards, but still. 2 versus 4, and now they've got the numbers advantage. S2G worried about what could happen to him now, just Swash remaining. Furia tries to cross the open ground, gets knocked out in the open. It's up to Neos to try and hold it down. I mean, he's done so much work. A nade around forces Swash back in, allows Furia to crawl through. Damage done. Means that the health advantage is still in favor for Brute Force. And he dashes back. Spotted. There's the off angle. SnowX closes the fight down.
I'll give him that, though. It was a real game of cat and mouse there going on. I enjoyed the fact that Neos backed off, but I also loved the fact that Wash went for the nade out the backside window, predicting an orthodox move like that one. That's very, very cool to see. Imagine if Na'Vi had those 4 players, John. Currently, Lemon and Flip very central in this circle, but Twisted Minds once again hold a ton of high ground.
Ooh, 77 have Magnum get knocked on their descent towards this path that cuts through the north side of this circle. Na'Vi using it as a shield right now to the north side. Zadira and Limbo Boom have managed to get across, but they're going to be fighting along this ridge line. It's going to be pretty tricky. The benefit that they have is that it's unlikely that Na'Vi want to step out too far to take control of it. And spotting Flip, that's huge for Zadira. Almost able to get the connection on the flash, but Flip just about able to evade that. Lemon is still active, but that's going to give 77 so much more freedom to move in, play as their 3 players, and play all strong.
Twisted Minds to drop down. Look for Enigma Galaxy, just Ralph there. Lord takes down his former teammate. And Lord will fall to the circle, but tries to pick him up. Caught out by Neos of all people.
Oh, it's nasty Neos for Brute Force to be able to light up the sidelines from Twisted Minds. Na'Vi are eliminated in the meantime, but Brute Force still trucking with 177. 3 players alive. Unlikely that Dorian gets back to his feet. Neos' position is fully known now. You can see the barrels trained his way, but he just about evades the blue zone. Dorian crawling. I thought it wasn't likely he was going to get back up. He's still bleeding out. Hasn't been confirmed just yet. The heal just starts to come in time. Finally. Coops is able to just tag that res. So maybe a 3v3v1 here. Neos on the long side of the circle, though. I don't think he's getting out of this.
Yeah, I mean, he has shown us the solo salvo, though. Find Shifu next. This is unbelievable stuff. And that might just open the doorway now for Twisted Minds to take this game, with Shifu knocked on the off angle with what has been a strong end game for 77. Good control towards their side of things. But Neos has ruined the day of multiple squads towards the end. You can never count Brute Force out, especially in a finals.
There's a lovely light up for Coops, and the question now is who takes the chicken dinner, the second that they will earn on the day. 77 right now, not really looking too happy with it. Coops running across the open ground. Last player for 77 is behind the tree. Limbo Boom is there. Potential with this smoke cover to play back. No, he's just going to deny the point. Just doesn't want to give the point over. Limbo Boom will go down. Twisted Minds get a back-to-back chicken dinner. Miramar to Sandhog. It will take both of them. Thank you very much. Nice and healthy points for both of the 2 final teams there.
Yeah, very well done. I mean, Twisted Minds taking a back-to-back. I mean, going through the entirety of league stage and struggling to find those chicken dinners. There has certainly been a lot of homework being done over our little break.
Absolutely. They have managed to marshal themselves nicely. Some control from the Paradise Resort. It wasn't like they were given the circle here. They have been able to sweep through on the edge. I think in these final circles, so far, the most effective there. Thrown up a lot of points for Twisted Minds tallies, which is great to see them catapulting back in. Twisted Minds continue to disappoint, however. It was not great at all for them. Yet again, Nomi still the standout player on the roster, but Week 2's team spirit just nowhere to be seen. Very unfortunate. And I'm hoping that we get a replay on the 2v4 from Neos on the Shack.
Which I think was
with
just the Neos before.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, it felt like it. I don't really feel like Prepod had too much to say on the sidelines. Could have Neos taken him in the car?
I mean, it's already he's already left. He's not turning around now.
I've left. See ya.
Yeah.
You were too
Still
late.
issue. You went in the car. L. Plus, I'm gonna get some more points. Plus, I'm gonna finish third. So it's like you can't really argue with that. That's just facts. 7 eliminations for Twisted Minds. 1,260 damage. So very even split of damage across the lobby here.
Yeah, super even split. Again, I think for Twisted Minds, very, very nicely done. 1,260 damage, like you say, was just very low for a chicken dinner. 2,000 damage healed up, though. Twisted Minds had to work for that one. They were not just giving it for free whatsoever. That was a game that they had to toil over for quite some time over that cauldron, because it is spooky month.
That's right. Hubble bubble. Toil and trouble. Twisted Minds. able to get 17 points, but 13 points for 77. Again, coming off of their chicken dinner at the start of the day. It's great to see. Na'Vi, they're keeping up their averages here on Sandhawk as well. It is, as you say, unfortunate that they lost 2 of their players to a nade from a remnant of Trovo 2030, which is potentially something that could have very much changed that northern side in those final moments, but was not to be. They still managed to get 13 points though, 9 of those from eliminations.
Yeah, 9 of those eliminations were very, very strong for Na'Vi. If they just had those 4 players, it might have been a different story. Excuse me. Heroic down here on the second page though, and again, it's just a very, very different story for the second page. Hardly any points going through to anyone.
Yeah, there's real dearth of points here. You can see Virtus Pro again with not a great performance. Zeus, unfortunately, going down with 0. It felt like they had a really tough time of it, to be fair. When you're trapped around the outside of Paradise Resort, when you don't have any way to get in either the blue zones there, it's basically you're just done for. Unfortunate. Yeah. Because I felt like they did make some decent moves. They could have potentially gotten into Paradise Resort a little bit earlier, but that's a call that maybe you don't want to make because you know you're going to have to leave it. And S2G able to do so much to take them down.
Yeah, S2G doing. I think it was Nigma Galaxy onto RCB. They flew over towards them in that early game from that southwest side, and there was a very quick rotate that I don't think we were quite expecting.
Yeah, well, either way, it does go the way of Twisted Minds in the end. They do take a fairly consistent chicken dinner as well, taking control of those final circles, which is nice. Hopefully, we'll see that continue for them as well as for 77 into the next matches. We're going to go to a short break and we'll be back with match number 4, but not before we unleash the beast with Monster Energy. www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. We are now past the halfway mark on day one here for the finals of the PMSL EMEA Fall season. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are going into what I believe is an Erangel. So far today, it has been the Twisted Minds and 77 show, with Twisted Minds taking 2 chicken dinners, and 77 taking the first of the day and placing second in another. So a really great start for these two teams.
Yeah, I would say so. It's been pretty fantastic so far from both of them, 77 and Twisted Minds. 1,225 average damage to 1,433. And considering that Twisted Minds had 2 chicken dinners, that scoreline for 77 is not bad at all.
That is, no, definitely not. It's pretty impressive to be able to see that. The major difference maker was that Miramar. In the middle, where Twisted Minds were able to get up and get that first place, get that chicken dinner. 77 weren't able to do super well in that match, which means that Twisted Minds, whilst they were able to do well in Sandhawk, are able to push those numbers nice and high. And you can see that has netted them first place on our table. 66 points right now is the total on the Twisted Minds tally. If you're noticing that 23 and 23 do not add up to 66, very well done. You've noticed the fact that there are league ranking points carryovers from the league stage that are added onto these overalls. That's right. So you need to remember that there is, of course, that little head start that some of our teams have got. Some more than others. Twisted Minds, they were able to add 20 points from the league stage to their finals total, which is why they sit now at 66 and why they are 5 points ahead of 77.
Not doing too badly at all. Down towards our second page, though, we do have some teams falling behind a little bit. Team Spirit currently half the points of the total that Twisted Minds have been able to accrue, although they have been able to do very well for themselves. And RCB, kind of coming off from that high they had towards the beginning of week 3. And Virtus Pro similarly at 33 points. So both these teams were going very, very well into week 3. And then it has just had this dip down. They've been riding the roller coaster out.
Let's take a look at some of our rewards that you guys can earn over the course of today as well, because it's not just our teams that are going to be earning over the course of it. It could be you, because we've got an exciting milestone activity for all the viewers during the PMSL EMEA Grand Finals, powered by Infinix. Keep watching the stream closely, because we're unlocking 5 tiers of prizes for the most dedicated fans. The longer you stay tuned, the better your chances to win, and each milestone you reach unlocks a higher tier prize. Head over to Esports PubgM EU and comment #outplay the rest. That's over on Instagram for Esports PubgM EU. And you could be the lucky one to walk away with the prizes. Keep watching the stream to unlock all the great rewards powered by Infinix. Look at that. It's a whole host of great stuff there. Even that watch 3+ at the end. Oh, goodness.
I know. That's what you want to see. That's what you want to see. So if we can hit those milestones, then you can get yourself some rewards. So tell your friends, tell your family, tune in to make sure you might have a chance at winning those big rewards at the end of the day and those special prizes. Heading into towards our 4th match now. It will be Erangel. And then into Miramar. And then to Erangel.
Another Erangel. This is the middle slice of bread in our club sandwich of the day. For our maps, we've layered it on up. We stacked a Miramar on a Sandhawk. It's time to go for layer number 2. Erangel, Kameshki, Stalba Plain over towards the west coast, right in the middle.
Absolutely, John. Heading over that top side. We had a very hard south path, and now we're going for a very hard north path. So most teams will have to head on down towards the south. And we do know that we have a lot of teams that like to dot themselves along the coast that sits on the northern side of Sosnovka military base. So this does take a little bit more extra time for quite a few of our squads to get into position, John.
We'll see how that is going to be navigated. Brute Force don't want the trouble out over Kameshki. They will not be going to Novo. Other teams may be going for some backup drops. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Na'Vi go somewhere different as well. Trovo 2030, another prime candidate to be getting fresh with it. Looks like Trovo out over towards that west side. And by the looks of things, breaking north. So potentially either going to Hospital, to Crates, to South George, one of the available areas around there. Still trying to find Na'Vi on these maps, but I think they're over on the east. You can see them near Team Spirit. Just dropping right now to the south of Yasnaya. Could be dangerous for Team Spirit, but they're going to have to go to military now, because that's a south circle.
That's a very south circle, and likely to be a military base finish as well. Ooh, to be honest with you, for IWNRX, this is a real question of whether you just send early down towards Sosnovka military base, because Na'Vi typically on this kind of playing path don't go to Sosnovka too early.
This is going to be a really interesting one to see how teams are going to navigate the ground around it. You can see, yeah, combat for Na'Vi. Close range challenge. Wait, hang on a minute. No, they're still in the air. Have they noticed? Not too sure. I mean, Default has the K9 there on hand. 77, they've gotten a scrap. Over towards Rozhok and around that apartment split. Not too frequently you see that one start to pop off. But yeah, Na'Vi, they will be able to get away with some vehicles. And I feel like, at the moment, I kind of want Team Spirit to just go over to Novo, right? And go over to that military island. It looks like they're going to stop off in Milta for a little bit of time and not go for that farm split.
Yeah, kind of avoid it for the time being. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, they're not stopping. This is that.
Oh, they're heading over.
That's a full-speed buggy on open ground. And Loxy just tracks it. First shot.
I mean, that is impressive for the SLR. You don't see that every day, John.
Uncommon
Na'Vi, yeah, a very uncommon pull. Maybe even a rare pull.
Secret hollow, if anything, really.
Yeah, it's true. Na'Vi, losing that one player, start things off, is always rough. Still in 5th place, though, mind you. It's not doing too horribly. But it's not a great start to the game. Team Spirit opt to early push down towards Sosnovka, and though IWNRX were ahead of the pack, they have allowed Enigma Galaxy to get ahead of them, and Zeus looked to do something similar.
Zeus are kind of trapped a little bit on the bridge now with Enigma Galaxy, who got across first. That's going to force them in. IWNRX could potentially just close that door on them, trap them in the can with the worms, and have a pretty rough time of things. You can see Zeus now trying to figure out how to get past this. Redox, Narvalo, pretty standard area of bridge hold. That off angle out to the east as well will have the side swipe. This is curtains for Zeus. There's no way they escape this. Just by the book. Nothing to do. You cannot get past that, especially all in the same vehicle.
Yeah, it's a very awkward one. I think for Zeus to even attempt that in the first place, I think they were worried. They were looking for an early play that they could have made, but just Enigma Galaxy had already gone for that one much earlier. So 4 easy eliminations for them, and now IWNRX look to make that push. And again, this is something I think could have come through a lot sooner from them.
Enigma Galaxy also getting plinked away. I mean, this is how you want to open it if you want to go for a crossing like that. Team Spirit did make that rotation that I said I wanted to see from them, going over that bridge early, over towards, and potentially going for a bridge hold on the east side, which is going to make Na'Vi's time a little bit rough. But Na'Vi have taken the Team Spirit rotation of trying to go for the swim across the mainland. They're aware that a team will be breaking over that east bridge, likely setting up a roadblock. They don't want any part of it. So a nice rotation and adjustment from Na'Vi. Now, back over to this west bridge. Power could potentially be the next slice of bread on the sandwich. We're doing a lot of sandwich metaphors today, Blank, but it seems apt. Unfortunately, though, looks like it's a little bit open-topped pitter on this one, because there is now both teams alongside one another.
Which ain't ideal. Which ain't ideal. Haji, he goes down, yeah. We'll start things off well for them. IWNRX just starting to work their way across this bridge, but also making sure that they understand that they need to watch their backs here, John.
Galaxy still a force in this fight. Still something they need to worry about. Ooh, Swain's wondering if he can sneak a slug or two through that. Grenade over the top. Oh, what an excellent answer from Fidan over towards Swain. That's 2 knocks to IWNRX, who are currently trapped in the middle. But as much as Power currently is on the outside of this fight, teams are going to start to move in, and they do not have a long time to convert this fight into an advantage.
Swain going down, this is unfortunate. I wonder if a teammate can get over towards him, though. I mean, IWNRX is suffering. Only one teammate up here in Frozen. I don't think he's in position. Yeah, Swain's just going to go down to Fadan. And they'll just back it off shortly afterwards. It is a weird circle where it's just not fully confirmed over towards Sosnovka though. Still that chance to head back up towards the northwest.
That's true, and that's why... I mean, this is why we talk about not rotate. Oh wait, it wasn't all in the same vehicle. They did go in two, but they might as well have been in one. But that's generally why
they
we
trained
talk about
it. Right?
That's why we generally talk
almost...
about never go for these rotations all as one, because you just get sprayed down like that, and there's nothing.
Yeah, they'd almost connected the vehicle to one another, so it was an even easier spray down. Because usually you kind of want to go staggered, left and right, so it makes it somewhat more difficult to hit the shots on either side, instead of having the caravan.
Yeah, I mean, it was a perfect hold for Enigma Galaxy as well, right? Like, they just had all the angles that they needed, nowhere to hide. They were out in the open, the side angle they had as well. They had a backstop from the hills and the high ground. It was, I think, a bit foolish for Zeus to move through at the time.
You could call it that.
I think it was a little bit misguided to go for that, which is unfortunate. They're a third-place team right now.
Which is a little sad. A little sad for him. For Zeus going down in third place. It has been 2 rough games for Zeus so far. They've not been able to get too much done. And I think they had this... The thing is, they had the same idea as Twisted Minds in that last match. And remember, Twisted Minds came away with the win after all. So it's not like Zeus is making the wrong plays. They were just slightly late to both of them. So, again, it's one of those cases where... you can throw the blame all over the place, but at the end of the day, for Zeus on that one, it does feel like they're a little bit flustered going into this game.
I was just taking a count, Blank, and it's currently 9 teams who are not in this next circle. So teams are very, very slow to rotate. They're really waiting to try and be on the rotate when the next circle pops so they can adjust their plan nice and quickly. For the meantime, Team Spirit are still holding on the West Bridge. That is a nasty shift. Oh my god. There's so much water there. Probably about 30% of this circle is playable right now. This is insane. Enigma Galaxy in a brilliant position. That hilltop to the west of the military island. Excellent stuff. Team Spirit, I think they hold out here for another minute. Maybe, unless they take a knock or take too much damage, then they are going to have to retreat. But everybody is going to be sending to this military island now. All of the teams out in the north, you've got about 5 or 6 teams right now, still up to the north in the blue zone, and they're going to have a real tough time of things. It's going to be a real big traffic jam over on that east bridge. Falcons and Brute Force are yet to even cross the Yasnaya River.
Dear me. This is not good at all, John. There's so much water in this. I think we've seen this circle a couple of times this tournament, and it really is a cruel one because you essentially are breaking this circle down into essentially a zone 5 this early in the match.
It is pretty unruly. Good news for Enigma Galaxy. They actually leave that hilltop position. They don't want the smoke that teams are undoubtedly going to be sending their way, wafting up the hill. And instead they go a lot further south on this circle, try and place some compounds a little bit further down on the side. See how long they can hold that out. But the position's on the west of the island, so the cliffs that wrap around overlooking the ocean, going to be nice and safe. No one's there yet. Power may be able to transition there. They left Fidan back over by the bridge. But Team Spirit, yeah, they're still here. I think they've got about a minute left on this hold on the north side. And the more teams that they can get stuck here, and I think that's probably what you want to wait for, actually, for Team Spirit, is wait for Twisted Minds to have a team push in behind them and have to fight that way. Then you know that that is going to be blocked for quite a while. You're not going to allow them through for too much longer. You've got a little bit of a freer run over to the east side of the next circle.
Oh, look at the moment between the so many teams over towards that eastern bridge.
Awful.
Everyone's already tested the western side. Yeah, we're going to be cutting out so many teams coming into stage 3 because the blue's going to start to hurt at this point, in which case teams will have to start pushing through regardless of whether they want to or not. I think RCB and Trovo had the same idea here on our screens that potentially they need to head over towards that western side because it is getting chock-a-block over towards the east.
But even if they make that decision, I mean, Falcons realistically the only team that can actually freely go for this West Bridge. And even then, they're going to slam straight into IWNRX, who have been fighting with power for a while now. Enigma Galaxy, they do go back up to the top, but they've lost a player. So the top of that hillside there for them, potentially really strong. The compound downhill from it, where power now descend on, they want to contest it. So a full crash potential fight for the middle of the circle. And it is, again, just nasty on the shift, going to the west side. Does put a lot more land into this one, though, Blank. So, kinder than the last one, but that's not saying much.
No, it really is saying too much at all. Right now, 77. Look to send across as quickly as they can, but Twisted Minds were waiting. And they're looking to pick up as many points as they can off the back of this. Making the hold on the Eastern Bridge. It only is S2G who's thinking about it right now, but we do have a full sweep back as RCB gets caught out. And now thinks themselves going to take us way too long as Neos finds Azel. I genuinely think it's likely we're going to just have IWNRX, Heroic, Team Spirit, Power, and Na'Vi, Enigma Galaxy fighting out for this circle, John.
Yeah, I think that's quite.
It's going to be stragglers. Yeah, it's going to be stragglers.
And this is exactly the situation that Team Spirit wanted to brew up in their cauldron on this East Bridge, right? They allowed S2G to get into a position to take shots over towards Twisted Minds. They slow everything down, and now Team Spirit, they're over by the south side of military base, right? You're talking about them as one of the teams that could fight this. And Twisted Minds would be there right alongside with them if they hadn't have been held out for as long as Team Spirit decided to commit to that East Bridge hold. So I think that for Team Spirit, that's definitely the right call. But Twisted Minds have now managed to realize that there is no longer a block on their south. They will move. All 4 of their players alive. They've got 3 limbs, and they'll push in. Twisted Minds behind, but Team Spirit, they are trying to get stuck in right now on the east side of the circle. Everybody just rolling around, trying to find themselves a spot here, and nobody happy with it.
Not at all. I mean, I think Twisted Minds at least makes a smart decision to be like, look, we could stay here, pick up some more eliminations, but we're getting to stage 4.
How did Fireflux get across the bridge before S2G on the east?
I think one swam it, and then they just had one single player being there running towards this game.
No, Lux drove across the bridge.
Oh.
They have just driven. It's just him. That's crazy.
I guess it's more of a case that with Twisted Minds leaving, right? With Twisted Minds leaving, there was that small window of opportunity where they just sent past S2G.
Yeah, I guess.
That would make the most sense.
Goodness me. A real crazy one. Coming in on this circle. Next shift comes through. It's down to the southwest. That puts the hilltop just on the edge. The compound that Power occupy now, very strong. Up to the coastlines as well, going to be prime real estate. Virtus Pro on the southeast side versus Team Spirit. A major fight that needs to conclude as the stragglers are still struggling. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams still out in the blue zone here at stage 4. This is so uncommon. Very, very rare turn of events here. Pre-pod, they know that stage 4, this is unresable now, Blank. We are into unresable territory, and teams still haven't made their first full rotation. It is insane what this circle has done to these players.
Yeah, for Team Spirit as well, they just get across the finish line. 2 players going down to the play zone. Malloy off in the distance finds Kitsune and will flush him out too. As soon as that res came through for them.
This is in the next zone, the compound to the west of the airstrip there, and goodness me, Twisted Minds just completely battered by Heroic. Not even an answer on the knock. 4 eliminations found. But they'll have to move still. Matic on the warpath, Koa and Bishke both down. 3 of their players alive, but Nomi, he's just not going to be resable here. They can take down Virtus Pro, sure. Oh, they can pop him in the buggy. They can get him on the road. But where do they go? The top of the hill? I mean, it's free, but have they scouted that?
Yeah, I mean, there is a potential to head up there, but I don't think there's much scouting going on at all during this game. I think most people are just concerned with getting a little bit further into the circle. Heroic on our northern side. Team Spirit at least. Matic finds Volt there as he gets close to him.
Damn. And again, this is all just unresable territory at this stage. You cannot get a player back up in stage 4. It's just not possible. Wild, I mean, maybe you can pick Silas up and try and drive, but yeah, he's just dropping over the meds. They know, they're aware that they're not going to be able to make that one work. The circle now, over all the way on this west side. Every single bridge cross has gone pear-shaped for everybody involved, pretty much. Cliffside positions, power. They're looking to try and hold this one out, but they're only on 2. Trovo 2030 in a fight with them as well. Brute Force with just Prepod, who sent into the middle a little bit ago, is still alive. I think Nigma Galaxy, Na'Vi. These are the 2 teams on both flanks of the circle that are going to have an interesting time onto this game. I think Nigma Galaxy on the south may have a little bit more to deal with from the teams up the top of the hill, but Na'Vi, again, a lot of open ground around them from the north side.
For Na'Vi, on that northern side, like you say, John, they have enough open ground to work with to slowly pull their way down towards the south. But I think they understand they want to clear out this northern side as much as possible. A lot of teams will have made that southern rotate on the road, so they know they have plenty of room to work with.
We're in stage 4, Blank, and there's only 21 players remaining. There is no squad with 4 players alive. This has been the circle from hell. This is probably one of the most brutal circles I think I've ever seen in terms of the cut on the lobby. Heroic with a scrap against Falcons. Falcons trying to crash on into a prime real estate position, but get denied entry for the first. Ragnar, last to stand for them. 2 players on the inside, another flush, and he will fall. The off angles are there. An heroic hold for the time being. In comes Na'Vi on the north as Team Spirit are dispatched on the top of the hill in the meantime.
Yeah, it's a proper blender of a circle. No one's come out feeling too fun about this one. Na'Vi rotating around right now, just again trying to scout out, make sure they've missed nothing on the edge of the circle here as more teams attempt to get in. That's RCB out. We went down from 21 to 13 players remaining in a very short time span. Here's Team Spirit on the side taking down the players from Virtus Pro. Not long after they did go down, but picking up 7 eliminations for their troubles. I would say on a game like this, that's actually really good news.
Yeah, you take that, absolutely. Heroic as well, 8 eliminations found so far, with 2 players in the next circle. Likely they can ladder up once or twice as well, given that it's IWNRX on 1, given that Nigma Galaxy actually with a difficult rotate to go for next, even though they have 3 players alive. The fight over on the cliffs can conclude. Heroic have a lot of opportunity to ladder up here. The north side, though, bit of a danger from Na'Vi, as they're going to start to wind up now.
Na'Vi, like you say, just honestly for Na'Vi, it's all about making it to stage 6. And Lemon's been doing a good job, does spot out player from Zed Wolf, but he's going directly into the waiting arms of the other 2 players from Na'Vi. Shots are taken, corrals him around the corner, he finds a somewhat safe space to play, but Na'Vi's having none of it.
Denied access, Zed Wolf. Now under pressure from the nade, default there to launch it forwards into the shack. They've already taken down 1 player in this location with nades. It was the last player from Brute Force.
I mean, fair play to Na'Vi. They had such a limited amount of time before that smoke went down, and Default actually almost lines the nade up perfectly to go through the window. Instead, it just lands on the sill there. Doesn't do enough damage or any damage at all towards Zed Wolf. He gets very lucky.
Bold step out. Nah, not going to work. Kevin, immediately.
How did he spot him?
I think he just has an angle on the door frame there.
He had no. It was fully smoked. No.
Oh. Not sure. He must have had something.
It's a really long shot as well. He must have saw. I don't know.
Could also just be a lucky pre-fire, you know.
Might have just been a lucky pre-fire. That was very weird though from Kevin.
Yeah, well. Managed to connect it.
Yeah,
that's going to make Na'Vi...
Did it?
Well, yeah, he did. And that's going to make Na'Vi's life a lot easier. This is an interesting flex out from Flip. He is worried about the teams on the coastline, and rightly so. There's two duos there. As time marches on, so will the circle, the blue zone. will force this next fight. Down towards the south, and Na'Vi are happy that they've moved Flip into this location now because they've got that foothold. They can start to try and campus their way over to that west edge.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, honestly, I did not think that this would be the team that made it towards this north side with 3 players, because although they play Sosnovka, they dropped just the south of Yasnaya. We saw them lose a player immediately at the start of the game. And they were rolling around for quite a while, just kind of unsure what to do with themselves after that point, because they could no longer loot in the spot that they potentially chosen as their backup on a circle like that. Despite all of it, you know, they're having a better game on Sosnovka than when they land on Sosnovka.
Still, they'll have the success either way. They'll take it if they can. Jafar getting sprayed down. They spotted him on that angle, just along the wall side. An excellent knock. Kevin finds Lemon. That's an off angle that's outside of the zone, with the blue zone pushing in as well. Default needs to respond now or give up on Lemon and regroup with Flip. Na'Vi could be down to 2 off of this.
Yeah, they absolutely could. And there's the roll-up coming through. Pretty tough shot again from Kevin. He's been hitting some nail-biters this game. They have to leave him behind.
There's no 2 ways about it. Default wants the challenge, though. He's ready for this roll-up. Flip cannot move away from his position. So Default... yeah, he's okay. He was just waiting to see if they were going to get a little bit too over-aggressive. Does actually hit the deck again, this time inside the circle. Heroic want to take pressure out from this hilltop because they're still not in the circle, and they do need to get a little bit closer. Meanwhile, Enigma Galaxy on the south side, they've been trying to make their way in, and an unfortunate knock over towards them. No, that's actually... no, hang on a minute. They are still as 3 on the south side. Potentially a very difficult team to deal with, but at this stage, I feel like it's anyone's game.
It massively could be. Kevin, though, moving up towards the shack. They'll take this up in residence instead. Pick up some gear that was left behind. It's another Infinix GT20 Pro. Hope you got your fingers when you're counting here.
That's crazy. That's another one. Add it to the tally. First correct guess gets the prize. Brand spanking new phone. Or an Infinix GT20 Pro at that. Enigma Galaxy on the south side. They've got 3 of them right now in operation. There's 3 of their players. Well, technically 4. But one of them's just a spectator view for Narvalo. On the south side, they've got 3 of their players alive. A push forwards for Na'Vi. Flip closes distance. No, wait, hang on a minute. That's Lemon and Default. Both of them. I thought that was going to be the outpost, but no, they just sent further forwards, slap bang in the center of this one.
You know what is extremely weird, John? That they just let Na'Vi get their player back up.
Yeah. It's curious, isn't it?
Considering where they moved to as well from Heroic, I was certain he was a goner.
It did seem that way. It felt like they had the shot. But they didn't want to get too over-aggressive. Now they might wish they had done. Points adding for Na'Vi. 3 players alive. Trovo 2030 eliminated. Power on their last legs, with Easy out in the open. Na'Vi would love to transition down to this long slope.
Yeah, likely will end up in a fight between them and Enigma Galaxy. Heroic still inside the shack, but they know that there is going to have to be a rollout coming through from them and over all this nasty open terrain to make it work.
The rollout's coming. The blue zone's here. And it ain't messing about. Immediately the sprays start. And you can't even get 10 feet outside that door. Heroic, yeah, they're going to lose their last player as well. The question is there going to be any third-party angles? Is Easy going to chime into this fight as well? Kevin, behind the tree. I don't think he's got a vehicle there. Maybe dash for the buggy and try and make your way in. Or you could pepper pot forwards, I suppose. But with no smokes, you're just not making it. That's Heroic down, for sure.
100%. I mean, tries to take shots over towards Enigma Galaxy, but Ralph's got the big gun in hands. Happily will spray him down. 9 elims though. Not a bad game whatsoever for Heroic.
Interesting.
Now, Na'Vi, Power, and Enigma Galaxy.
Easy out in the shack. in the open ground is a real thorn in the side for Enigma Galaxy. He's almost solo, stopping them from moving forwards onto these tree positions to take off angles and maybe get to within nade range. Na'Vi, in the meantime, they have all of this open slope ahead of them, away from easy sightlines. You can see what that's afforded them. Lemon has moved all the way up towards Enigma Galaxy. Sure, he's in nade range, but the same is true both ways. And the fact is that he is going to do a little bit of damage at least, should Enigma Galaxy go for the rollout. They are far more close to the edge of this circle, and we'll see where this next shift goes, but it's likely they're going to have to move.
Easy. Nade out towards their way. Kiki has one more in the pocket too.
A little bit long on the cook. I think that's going to blow up way short there. Couldn't quite find the door. Drops another smoke right outside the window. He knows what power his position holds right now, if you pardon the pun. Na'Vi being guardians for him, and him in turn stopping Enigma Galaxy from taking advantageous positions. This is a very symbiotic hold right now from the lone power player and from the 3 on Na'Vi.
Easy. Those 2 nades that got sent out actually kind of scared Enigma Galaxy into position. That's a nice nade. Bobbles through, but not any damage over towards either of them. Lemon now looks to send it back between the middle of them. Unfortunate. But as long as he can keep them towards the edge of the circle, it's better for them.
Ooh, that looks good. It's right on his feet. Lemon down. A stone thrown. And SnowX blasts his enemy away. In they go. They know this is go time. Their only opportunity. They found that opening. Easy. Could he chime in? Could he be a little spoiler on proceedings? Lemon flushed away. Ralph taken down low, but not going down just yet. Flip has to be pushed back now. And all 3 players of Enigma Galaxy survive. Easy. Where are you? When will you come into this fight? That third-party engagement.
Yeah, easy with that off angle. It doesn't really see too much because Enigma Galaxy have a good idea of where he is. They are keeping themselves prone, laid up against the side of the cliff face here. Ralph behind the tiniest bit of cover, but with that one elim, they claim the center of the circle, which is good news for them. Default hasn't been spotted yet. They only know where Flip is. Until he starts driving, at least.
Yeah, Default's down a little bit lower, a little bit further forwards. Enigma Galaxy, their position's breaking out, but the zone's pushing. Flip's going to have to move down, and when he does, he goes right into Enigma Galaxy. He goes left into Easy. He's going to have to make that choice. I mean, you definitely go for that left side drop and try and play off of default, but that means you're so much more vulnerable to nades, and you're not in the center of the circle. A drop down, and that forces the direction that you have to play. Actually hops back up with the vehicle instead of having to commit down to that beach side. So a nice little bit of tech there to get them a little bit more rotational ability, changing up those angles where maybe it's a little bit unexpected.
I mean, both teams aren't in the best of spots right now, John.
Easy
They're
could
both
very easily win this.
Yeah, I mean, from the sidelines, but he's got to come out from the shack now. Heads over towards the smoke. There are shots over towards him.
One connected. Oh, they're going to light him up. Oh, there's... Yeah, no, okay. As soon as that one shot connected, they knew he was in there. You just immediately salvo. But what an opener onto Lemon to be able to find this for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, the way the nade rolled as well, it's a real awkward one for Lemon to deal with. On these kind of terrains as well, it's very, very difficult to predict a lot of times. One stun grenade, one smoke. That's all Default's got to work with here.
We'll see what they can work with. 2 nades being cooked. So at least 2 nades in the pockets of Enigma Galaxy. That stunner might be quite nice. It's going to force them off. They've still got at least 2 more. I don't see Na'Vi winning this. That smoke may be able to block some angles, but they know that Default's there now. They saw that smoke trajectory. They will be able to just nade out his position. A lot of damage onto Flip, but they're not really connecting. A breakout wide. This is dangerous. Flip has the angle. There's the light up. First is down. Second to go. And Enigma Galaxy don't take a blip of damage. Lovely stuff to close it down. An opener onto Lemon and a closer onto the rest of them.
I mean, to be honest with you, it was a good initial spray coming through from Na'Vi, but there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up. The shots coming through from Default just kind of missed spraying off towards that left side. But for Enigma Galaxy, they'll be able to pick themselves up a win there right at the end. And honestly, it was such a hard game to call. I could have been anyone's game. There's Redux. I'm glad he gets a win. I know he's been a showman for us, and I'm glad that he gets to be the one that puts the show on right at the end on camera for the first time in quite a while.
Hey, they kicked it off with a show as well, the spray down onto Zeus. I think that was under 3 seconds for Zeus to go from fully alive to fully definitely not, which is an excellent opener to the game. To be able to rack up just 4 elimination points so quickly is beautiful. And that circle blank was so nasty. It was sinful, really. It's unbelievable what it just did to this lobby. We were down to effectively five teams by about zone 3, which is crazy to think of. Those bridge crossings. I think like 2 teams really went for a botation or a swim. I think it was Heroic and Na'Vi. And nobody else really went for it. Everyone else was like, oh, we'll just go for the bridge late.
We'll just get in.
We'll just go for the bridge
everyone
late.
Else was like, yeah, everyone else had the exact same thought process. 1,302 damage and 9 eliminations. A lot of good conversions for Enigma Galaxy, but you can understand also why this was such a low damage game for them. It was such an awkward circle to play around with here, John. And only a few teams made it to the end. A real true battle royale towards the end of that match. I was super curious of how it all turned out towards that end game. Potentially, if Lemon doesn't go down, if that nade wasn't so phenomenal, because he came with the perfect timing as well, because he was blocking them off. They were about to be pushed in by the blue. That one nade opened up the can of everything else they needed inside of that match.
There were 2 major components of that, right? That nade obviously hitting, but then the decision to send straight onto it. They knew that was their only opportunity, because Easy being in that shack on the off angle was also still a major factor in that fight. As a solo player, you can still have a massive impact. You know, you take 1 knock, you take 2. Even if you go down, you've already opened the door. So the fact that they were able to isolate, control one of the players, get the center of the circle, beautiful stuff, and very well called for Enigma Galaxy. Second page, 77. Unfortunate. Zeus as well, down in 16th place. No points earned. Virtus Pro with another shoddy showing.
Yeah, for Virtus Pro, it's not been great today. I mean, they actually got quite far into that match towards the end. Tried to rotate down on the south side, but a few other teams had that idea a little bit before them. And I mean, for them to try get there, they had to wrap all the way over towards that north side. It was a decision that had to be made really quickly and in the moment. And for a lot of teams that did make that decision, it went extremely badly, as we saw for Zeus. Either side of the coin, when people were getting held out towards that end game, it truly was a case of it was just slowed down and it seemed painful. But it was the exact same situation on the flip side at the start of the game. It just happened so much quicker because people didn't have vests or helmets.
Well, that has been a real nasty circles, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty more exciting circles in the future. The circle will be closing towards the end of this year in London. If you want to be joining us over there, make sure you grab a ticket at a 40% early bird discount, guys. 40% off the ticket. You got to love it. Scan the QR code down below. Make sure that you grab your ticket and get on your way to London, when we will see maybe some of these teams, because at least 10 of them are qualifying for the group stages.
PUBG Mobile version 3.4 marks the launch of the new Wonder Season. Explore a series of featured creations and complete various challenge missions to earn points and get awesome rewards. Let's check it out. You'll find Wonder Season on the World of Wonder page. Here, you can choose a creation and start matchmaking. Furthermore, there are Wonder Season missions to complete. Each day, you can complete multiple Wonder Season creation missions and one non-Wonder Season creation mission. Up to 100 points can be earned daily. It's worth mentioning that each time you play a featured Wonder Season creation, you'll be evaluated based on your performance, and your evaluation determines how many points you earn. You can get up to 100 points. Do keep in mind that different types of creations have different evaluation criteria. Complete missions to earn points and improve your tier. Each tier offers unique rewards, including AG, covers, avatar frames, rare sets, and more. Head to Wonder Season now and explore away. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonders Wonder Season. Get your friends and explore the Wonder Season together now.
We have been trucking through these matches so far today. We've just had our fourth match, and my, what a doozy it was. If you did not watch it, make sure you go back and check it out, because that was one of the nastiest circles we've ever seen in competitive PUBG Mobile. But now we're going to be going back to the desert for our second installment on the day of Miramar. Let's take a look at our overall rankings going into this. Currently topping the tables, it's Twisted Minds on 69 points. Very nice.
Very nice indeed. 77 not far behind there with 61. Five looks down on our second page, 39 points. Team Spirit in 10th place right now, and Virtus Pro in 35. So these teams are lucky. The PMGC points are at least looking very, very good for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Spirit and Virtus Pro currently both set to get a points qualification place for PMGC League stage from the Europe stage for Team Spirit, and then Virtus Pro from the overall EMEA regional points bracket after them. So both of those teams going to be a little bit more confident to maybe take some more risks, but right now, far too many risks for Virtus Pro, and just incoherent play, I think, for Team Spirit, it's safe to say. It seems like, in general, one of the weaknesses for Team Spirit has been their crashing, right? Their ability to actually just rock up onto a compound and convincingly take a fight. Maybe if they were able to get that on board, they might be able to perform at the level of our Infinix GT20 Pros. Make sure that you are looking out for them, by the way, because if you spot the Infinix GT20 Pros on your screen and correctly guess the count of it over the course of today, you should head over to Instagram at Esports PubGM EU for your shot at winning a GT20 Pro. So you head over, you drop your guess in the comments of Esports PubGM EU, and the first person to get it right wins their very own Infinix GT20 Pro. So stay sharp, keep watching, and you might just walk away with the ultimate gaming phone.
You might just do that and be able to outplay the rest in your own games at home. We are heading into our fifth match now over on Miramar before we cap things off over on Erangel to finish out our day. Right now, Virtus Pro, you can see they look a little bit concerned here, looking to bring things back up to speed. No longer all smiles on that side of things, because it will be the monster that they'll have to unleash here with a more grimmer face on board. So you can also unleash the beast alongside Virtus Pro heading over to www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Stretch it out. Navi, after pretty minor, well, I say minor, a pretty unfortunate defeat at the hands of a nade on Lemon. They still got second place. They still survived a circle that claimed the lives of so many others. And they still did pretty well. Plane path over from our east side right in the middle to the west side right in the middle on Miramar. So pretty much everywhere on the map is accessible now, playing, which is fairly uncommon for Miramar.
That is. We don't see that all too often in our games. And for a lot of our squads here, we're hoping to see them jump out, get over to wherever they need to be, and then play this game out in a nice, fair, gentlemanly manner. We did head over towards that eastern side of the map in a very cruel location down towards the cove side. On the eastern side of Impala, it's a little bit rough. Huge amount of water in it. The entirety of the game seems to be a reoccurring trend for all our circles today.
Impala maybe getting a bit hot with Trovo 2030 and Virtus Pro. But who's going to drop short? Who's going to stick around or head on to Greta Paradiso? Well, Virtus Pro, they definitely want to go further south, but are Trovo 2030 going to let them? We'll have to wait a little bit longer to find out, because Trovo 2030 have touched down, Virtus Pro have not. They are now fairly out of range, though, so I think it's about a 200-meter differential between those two teams' positions. The rest of our teams across the lobby, dropping down, grabbing vehicles, trying to keep themselves safe and keep themselves rotationally available. The circle, fairly kind. It's given us a little bit of respite from what just happened, because I think our teams need it, and maybe my nerves need it too.
Yeah, because it's been an extremely nail-biting day today in terms of positions on the map. The only team that's really truly fallen behind here is Team Falcons in 16th place with only 19 points. A lot of other teams were able to stay up to date, actually, with Twisted Minds, despite their really good performances. And that is the bonus coming through from those league ranking points, allowing teams to make some mistakes here and there just because they have had a great league stage.
Being able to prop themselves up with those league ranking points carried over the half that they were able to bring in. I mean, it's great for every team, but you do still want to be climbing fast. Zeus, the team that has changed tune the most since league stage and definitely fixed a couple of their holes. Unfortunate run of games for them so far. After their opening strength, haven't really been able to find the same sort of success. Maybe this Miramar will be a bit better for them. But so early into the match, it seems like they're the only team that's taken any damage. Won't take any knocks, though. They'll be okay.
They'll be just fine. It's what we like to see as Na'Vi heads over towards old Cobb, as I like to call it early today. Accidentally, of course.
Oh,
It is La Copleria over towards that top side. He got that underneath the vehicle. I respect it. He knew he was on camera.
Yeah, you know, you just got to make sure you're being disciplined on that. Because it will catch you. Ooh, you can't be doing it. We'll see it. But he was alright. It's okay. He gets a pass. Because as we all know, the only opinion that matters to these players is the opinion of the casters.
No.
What? What do you mean? Of course. Of course this is the most important opinion.
It's not the case, John. You have to drop it now.
I am #1 opinion haver, I'll have you know.
It is true. I've heard him have a lot of opinions in his lifetime.
That's true. At least 6. Do you have any idea what it takes to curate 6 opinions?
Probably quite a lot.
Yeah. And that's all before tea time. So there you go. I'll figure out another one fairly shortly. God, we're getting into match 5 already. It feels like they are. We're on a blinding pace here, Blank. We're going straight on through.
Yeah, we are sending through these games at a blazingly quick pace. No TDM in the middle definitely feels like it just zooms onwards.
Really tightens the schedule. But right now, Twisted Minds, tournament table toppers against S2G. So, definitely not at the top of the tables, it's safe to say. But they will have a bit of a scrap. A bit of a kerfuffle, dead center on the circle. Over to the northwest of Picardo, near that power grid area in their little village. There a couple of shacks they're going to have to try and fend off from one another. It seems like S2G are like, actually, we're good, bro. We don't want any of this. We're leaving. And Twisted Minds are like, yeah, but did you pay the points toll? I don't think you did right now. Robs is here to collect.
Twisted Minds finding more points then. Up to 70 points total now. First team to break that one. SUG had a somewhat of a resurgence in their final week, but it was meager at that. They do find one Elim over towards Twisted Minds, but a nasty burn over towards Wash. Will cause some pain, and in comes Heroic from Jafar across the map.
Oh dear. Walsh on in second, and he, of course, he's able to hit that against Swash. Able to pick that one up, but they have lost Volt in the meantime. Kevin has more to say, but he's shut down in the conversation. Doran, a little bit louder this time around. Jafar nade over to the backline's not going to go in and connect. A nade in for Doran. That finds the flush onto Volt, and Twisted Minds are holding strong. They're up to 2 eliminations now. Jafar with the nade cooking. It's slow on the cook. Is it going to be able to find it? Does find one, but not quite able to get the second. Coops is there for the refrag. Trying to blow up the door there and push Walsh back away from getting the res onto the teammate. Doesn't even need the flush. He'll do it by taking down the rest of Heroic. In come Falcons. Third team in, by the way.
I know, everyone wants to pick the pie here. Surprisingly, Heroic goes down though, and Twisted Minds hold their own, but for how long? It has been a brutal onslaught over towards this squad. And they've done fantastically well to stay up this long. Lord extremely low, and remember, this is quite early in the game, so Lord... Medical supplies looking worse for wear as Falcons get further and further towards them, and Coops is going to have to bring out something special with absolutely no utility to work with.
Ali putting pressure on with the DBS, the burn down onto Lord, leaves Coops alone. And an aid for Doran. Yeah, I think he's just trying to get out of this one. I'd be surprised if he's allowed to do so, but he certainly got to cover. You can see that ridge line just off in the distance. Falcons want to pursue. He jumps into the vehicle, tries to hightail it out of there, but the spray downs are coming. Are they going to connect? Not quite. Falcons let Coops slip the net.
Yeah, it was a good route he took as well to get out of that one. Lord just going to try and stay alive as much as possible. He can provide information back over towards Coops, just in case they do make a mad send over towards him. But not likely. But just the longer he's up, the more information he has on the game. So, again, that's a discipline play from them.
Falcons.
Most teams trying to center up around Picardo at the moment, John.
Whoa! Secret Infinite T20 Pro.
There it is.
That's crazy.
How many are we on now, guys?
You had to be eagle-eyed or maybe falcon-eyed to be able to spot that one. But we're too quick for you, Infinix. I've got your number. I know how many there are so far. I'll be keeping count.
Do you know what we should do?
What should we do?
We should let one go by and not mention it.
Ooh, maybe next time.
Yeah, we get, because then it will really show who's paying attention.
We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Or maybe not, as the case may be, if you don't look out. Fireflux, they're in for a scrap with RCB. They're enjoying it, seemingly. Pretty leisurely in this engagement, unfortunately, for RCB. They seem to have come up against a pretty impressive force in Solus, who's already taken 2 of them down.
Well done to him. Do you reckon you could just guesstimate how many there's going to be by the end of the day?
I think so, yeah.
What happens if I go ahead right now and just say there's going to be 7?
I don't know. I'd have to refer you to some sort of rule keeper. I don't know what the jazz is on that. It's the first person to get it, so I guess you could just... Could you just... Actually,
I'm not a random number.
You could just, like, leave comments of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like, all the way up, right?
Yeah, right at the start of the day.
Right.
We're causing chaos.
This is... Don't do that, please. I'm pretty sure there's some rules against that. Maybe spamming comments might get you banned, potentially.
Maybe.
Or at least blocked. I don't know. And then you wouldn't be there.
One entry. You get one entry.
I'm pretty sure that may or may not be a rule. I actually have to double check that, but there you go.
We'll find out.
Yeah. Why not? Why don't you give it a go and risk your account? You know? Sounds like a terrible idea, doesn't it? Circle shifted all the way down south. Team Spirit right on the center of this one. It keeps Chumacera in on the southwest edge. They were able to break out to the road to the northeast, playing 2-2 split right now. That could be dangerous if all these teams from the north edge try and rotate in. No least of which Trovo 2030, Zeus, Na'Vi, Falcons, all trying to put pressure in from the north side.
I think we're going to see down towards the south here. just grouped up, trying to make their move in. Again, from roundabout Chumasera, it's a little bit more difficult to play up towards that roadside where Team Spirit currently have their split. You have RCB as well in the mix, but down to one player already. It has really been quite the rough day for them.
Little replay there, as Fireflies were able to catch the most of RCB, leaving them on 1, S2G on 1 as well, after their fight on the north side. We bore witness to about 4 teams chiming in on that. Little loot drop coming on through as we head over to the map. You can see the zone not too long from compressing again, but all of our teams are in right now. The 2-2 split from Team Spirit is the major feature here, along with the 3-1 from Power. Actually, no, that's a 2-2 as well for Power. I think Team Spirit, they move back. They've actually gone for a 3-1. Goodness me. I think they move back up towards Effect here. They instantly get on their vehicles and get that rotate going.
Yeah, I mean, it makes the most sense. Towards the central position, it does give them a lot of chance going into these next games. And I think for Team Spirit, you know, even just getting an 18-20 point game here would put them back up to speed with a lot of other squads that are currently fighting out for those top positions. But even so, Team Spirit realistically is just about putting up a points count that sits between 6th and 5th place, just so they're not dismounted off the leaderboards. But if you're going for 6th or 5th place anyway, then you get in no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to be a fairly simple run, because this is the thing, right? Either Team Spirit get the Europe qualification or Virtus Pro do, and then either way, the other one is next in line to take the spot from the EMEA overall PMGC points tables. So it's going to be pretty difficult for that to not go one of those two teams' ways right now, given that Team Spirit are fairly solid on those overall rankings. They do currently lead when not including the full finals points. And for RCB to jump up and catch them, they are currently 200 points behind. They are 200 points behind Team Spirit. So they would need to close all of that gap to take Team Spirit out. So I think at this point, Team Spirit is fairly guaranteed to qualify. Virtus Pro a little bit less safe, but they're still like over 100 points ahead of RCB, who would be next up to take that spot for them.
Yeah, so for Team Spirit, basically the bottom dollar is that for them, realistically here, it's going to be hard to get them out. They can still have a decent finals just to keep themselves very happy. For Virtus Pro, it's a different story. They do actually have to have somewhat of a performance. It doesn't have to be a crazy performance, but they need to stay up to date between that top 8, right? Top 8 is where Virtus Pro wants to land.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a good position from them if they are able to make it up there. Despite a little bit of a full start in the finals, they still have the potential add-on. Lovely little pull out there from Axa as Maniac hits the dust. Empties the magazine his direction. We'll get that bleed out with the Blue Zone's assistance. Zeus getting trimmed. A little haircut for them. They're on 3.
Trovo 2030 is down towards that southeast side alongside with IWNRX, who they're already taking shots at, or at least taking shots from. Trovo 2030 needs to think what the next plan of action is as we head towards our next circle, which gives Team Spirit a hell of a chance here in this match. This is where you have the Team Spirit. This is where Team Spirit usually would bottle it, but we hope that's not the case. We want week 2 Team Spirit from this kind of position.
This is actually one of the most intelligent strategies. Getting the circle is a really good way to win your games. So for Team Spirit, this is an excellent decision to get the circle shifting over to them. That's a very good choice that they've made, I think.
Yeah, I would say so, 100%. I'm just worried, like I said, that they'll ball it.
Yeah, that is the other side to the plan. It's going to be difficult. 77, looking to crash in. And they actually draw short. They turn around, they divert to power. Zadira is down, but they've already done damage to the hold. Easy's down. They've already lost Vidan on the inside. Zadira looking to get some cover to get this res. Vidan Trying to stop them on the inside. Limbo Boom was taken low, but this is a great entry for 77. Oh, dear. I thought that was just over the final pew, but not quite. As Limbo Boom evades for just a moment longer.
It's back outside. Last player in for Dan. 77 smart here, though. They keep things very, very cool. And much rather get their players back up and stay as a 4 rather than try and risk it 3v1.
Team Spirit taking shots out.
Although they do lose another knock in the process, which is somewhat sad.
This is dangerous. Shifu being down is really, really poor timing for them because IWNRX want to come on in. How long can Fidan delay this? Virtus Pro as well, ascending up the side with Malloy. They're going to hear this, maybe want to get in on the action. Fidan has been solo for a long time and he's got 3 players rampaging up the stairs. No way you hold that back. And now, with 77 cut down to 3, this is going to get dangerous. 3 teams are here. Team Spirit have the off angle. I don't think Virtus Pro can do anything with the angles that Team Spirit hold against them. But Zadira might still have a little bit of danger sent his way.
Virtus Pro getting themselves in again. This is the team we were talking about. Needs to have just a strong enough performance. Doesn't have to be Power Man of the Year type of deal. This just needs to be good enough. All right. For Virtus Pro, they've done a lot in their league stage to put themselves in a very, very good spot to take that EU placement from the PMGC points. Now they just want to hold on to it.
Currently, what is kind of wild is that only IWNRX are in our top 6. But being there, they would push it down to brute force, but they are also in the lead for MEA, which would mean that Fireflux currently would be getting the last qualification spot on the overall tables. The fact that Team Spirit and Virtus Pro are not up there is kind of staggering. After 4 matches of play, you'd expect them to have had at least 1 strong match, but there's still time for them. Second nade to capitalize. Yeah, Limbo Boom down. 77, they get a good crash onto this church position, onto the hilltop, but so many other teams have the same idea. It just goes a little bit awry for them. A lot of shotgun shells going up and down those stairs, but no one going down for it. A burn onto Bishke, a burn onto a lot of Virtus Pro, and a lot of damage done. That's from Zadira. He's able to light them up. Ooh, a good bounce on this nade. That's going to be deadly.
Zadira burns out. Goodness me.
Oh,
Virtus Pro are down to 2. Come on, guys. Stepping in the flames a little bit too often here.
It's unfortunate. They will take another knock. IWNRX so happy about this unfolding. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to extract huge numbers of damage from it. Oh my god. A nade comes straight on back from Virtus Pro. They do not want to have another poor game here. IWNRX 2 knocks sent straight over to them by Icy on the nade. But Zedwolf, hippity hoppity, get off my property, sends him back, sends him packing, and will pick up the point for it. Spray around the door frame yet again. Koa doesn't want to let this one slide, however, and into the fight he goes, looking to step out as the nade finds its way out through the door. Zedwolf pushing around to the back of the building now as IWNRX are getting blasted aside. Icy with a miraculous nade to put them back in the fight.
Nade out the window. I mean, it was hilarious where it was the case of IWNRX gets an awesome nade just to bounce off down the stairs to get the double onto guys on 77, only for a nade to come out the window and get the double onto IWNRX. So it tasted their own medicine just as they serve it up to 77 in the process.
Enigma Galaxy with 3 on the south side of this fight right now. They have an opportunity here with 77 down and Twisted Minds down to jump up the tables.
That they do. But Enigma Galaxy down towards 3 on that southeast side. It's rough, John. I would say it's kind of rough to play from this position to move up towards the north. They are watching intently over towards this fight between Virtus Pro and IWNRX, though.
Ooh, that's the first knock we've seen sent over towards Team Spirit. It seems like it's on the northern side. And it may be Resable. I think Nomi was scouting out. In effect, did just get a shot slipped his way. That should be Resable for Team Spirit. No one's pushing on it just yet. Na'Vi playing as 2 means that they don't really have the get up and go to immediately take over that position that we saw a similar sort of action from Enigma Galaxy the last time. I see. He spots that. It's not even going to be the nade, though. Just the smoke. Cutting off that angle, pretty smart for IWNRX. It means that they can move through this open ground a little bit easier, but that nade bounces short.
Just a little bit. Smokes off to the side. They're continually trying to deny a lot of these sight lines. They're down to 23 players and 8 teams here, John. With Fireflux and Zeus both battling out on the bottom of the ridge side on that northern edge, but we're heading in towards our next circle now. And Team Spirit hold onto this position of the map. Brute Force heading in with a 2-2. Again, good control over towards the west side of the map. We'll see how long that pays off.
I mean, this is pretty gifted right now. Team Spirit once more get this circle. Struggling to extract a large amount of value. They currently have 0 eliminations. There is a high ground to their southeast with that ridge line by the roadside. That's what Nomi is currently flexing out towards to try and control the ground around them, because they have got the strongest position in this circle. There's also the position to the south of them that currently no one occupies, but the conclusion of this fight, or Brute Force moving in, could change that.
I mean, Brute Force as a full four, not taking too many fights. They're likely to have a lot of utility on board, a lot of smokes, a lot of crash potential, all available to them. Not if Nomi doesn't find himself a nice little knock over towards Neos right as we're getting into the point where the circle is going to start to go in. There will have to be a rotate to pick him back up. Freeze it and Prepod move forward. Do they spot it?
Virtus Pro do have the inside track, so IWNRX need to pull the trigger on this fight. Although Virtus Pro, again, don't want to hang around for too long. You can see shots coming through now from that south flank. Enigma Galaxy wanting to secure their rotation forwards. Try and get a toe in towards this compound that sits ahead of them. It would be a blessing for them. Prepod already scouting out this compound. As Icy drops the nade around the side. IWNRX now embroiled here. Icy on the top floor. Looking for backup from the rest of his team, but he's kind of caught now in the IWNRX web. I won't be too surprised to see a hop out if they secure one side of the building. They're going up the stairs. 2 players for Icy to fight off against, and now he could potentially hop out. Koa and Malloy are there. That's what they were looking for, the drop down. Icy taking a lot of damage as Swain is out for it. Koa tries to go for the vault, but steps short and goes in with a pump action. Unfortunately, there is the backup. It's all up to Malloy now for Virtus Pro. IWNRX are winning this engagement. In the meantime, Enigma Galaxy are doing a lot of work, but Malloy answers. Now a 1 versus 1 to be seen as the flush confirmed. Zedbull versus Malloy. And it will be Malloy to close it down. A 1v2 to keep his team alive, but it's only Koa and Enigma Galaxy. They move up into the foothills of the fight.
I mean, for Virtus Pro, good fight, honestly. It was really tough versus IWNRX. It's hard to get them out of church. Luckily, the circle does provide a little bit of respite for them. Enigma Galaxy taking a fight on 2 fronts at the moment, with Redox looking over towards Brute Force, and Ralph as well as Snowix peeking their heads in to the remnants of Virtus Pro.
The movements on the south side. Brute Force allowed to get in. Neos getting rezzed. Enigma Galaxy, sure they suppress this fight, but they lose prio on rotation to this compound that Brute Force now own. They're going to have to turn around. They're going to have to go for a crash here. Virtus Pro will go down. 5 elims, 6th place. Not their worst performance today.
Yeah, true. It is not their worst performance from the day. So I think Virtus Pro, they would feel too bad about that one. Matic playing a dangerous game. But when is Matic not playing a dangerous game? Let's be honest. This is his MO. Likes to hold over towards the edge. Brute Force do find a nice position nestled down towards that south side that they can play. And again, clearing out Enigma Galaxy would be good for them. Zeus concluded their fight between them and Fireflux towards that north side and have been able to creep down towards the circle, John. It's been impressive.
Anything you can get, you'll be happy with. Galaxy coming off their chicken dinner as well on our last map. Feeling nice and fresh. Na'Vi, 6 eliminations and top 5 again. A solid conversion. Zeus Not so lucky with it this time around. A rough run, 3 eliminations found, and just Eren now standing. No chance really that he gets darkened back up. Has 1 nade, 1 Molotov.
Yeah, for Eren, he'll be a lone soldier. Right now, it's about laddering up a little bit more. 4th, 3rd place, Eren will be happy with that, but I think it's just a matter of time before he's spotted. So live this one out. If you can get any picks off over towards some other teams, provide an opening potentially for brute force, it'd be good, but swing around the side, we'll see him down. Effect now looks to finish off the final player from Na'Vi.
You see he's got terrain cover from the Galaxy across the way. Still has Lemon to deal with. Stepping up into a nade. Takes a lot of damage, but there's backup immediately on this ridge line. Lemon does get effect. They will res that as quick as they can. Enigma Galaxy kind of not doing too much with it. Brute Force actually on the roll up towards them. They're more concerned about this angle. They may have just been able to overwhelm Matic on this position if Brute Force had gone west instead of east here. And now they retreat from it. A little bit of wasted time, I think, from the other 2 rosters.
I think they're just kind of locked in this fight with one another with the crossing between them over towards Team Spirit. And I will say for Matic, this is a big change of pace for him. And honestly, a big step forward in terms of a career, because it's the first time I've seen him in quite a long time take a quiet role in the overall aspect of the game. Just making sure he's got an ear out over towards the rest of the squads on that south side, providing that information back. And I have honestly loved every moment of Matic on Team Spirit so far, because at one point I would have said Matic might have been a hindrance to the team, but he's massively changed his playstyle around to accommodate to the rest of the team and to accommodate for a playstyle that gives Team Spirit the chance at some of these type of matches.
Yeah, it's difficult to be the standout ego player on a team with no me, right? As well, it's kind of just not done. You can't really do it. The guy is insane, and giving him that platform is so much more valuable. But he needs to stay as quiet as a mouse right now. Does have the backup angles from the rest of Team Spirit, but is in danger from pre-pod potentially. A lot of focus on the east side of this circle right now, which is giving Team Spirit's position, again, much more strength. They've been given a lot of this circle, to be fair, so they've had so much time to work themselves into these entrenched positions.
Slow game so far. Maybe Alex, you don't really want to make too much of a move. I do like what Team Spirit's doing here. Effect on the sidelines, looking over towards Enigma Galaxy. If they ever try and run back, he's going to again force them back over towards Brute Force. Give them no other choice than to take this fight with Brute Force going forward. It's the smart move. You want these 2 teams to damage each other as much as possible. With Ralph going down, that might be go time.
3 nades being launched over to them as well. I mean, yeah, Ralph is now out. Still a lot of damage. Redox is already first aiding. You can almost smell it. But that nade nearly connecting. Not quite, though. More nades are going to be coming in through from Team Spirit as well. Enigma Galaxy trapped on the inside here. And it is all on Team Spirit to keep this pressure on. Brute Force do have 4 players alive, so it's very easy for them to potentially take this one away. Should Team Spirit make a misstep, a nade over towards Snowix, that'll get the flush. They are just being bombed out here, and there's nothing much to do. Redox, last to take the challenge. Brute Force, looking to find it. Nomi with a nade around the edge. Not going to connect, goes along with it. And Brute Force can start to turn their attention to Team Spirit as Effect picks up the final player for Enigma Galaxy. It's Brute Force versus Team Spirit, a 4v4.
Freezer down. Nomi moves forward. That's a big pick-off to start the fight off. Freezer getting pushed out the way is a huge target that Team Spirit would love to have got rid of in that first initial moment. Fury, though, finds Nomi. Similarly, a big target for Team Spirit, and Effect down 2. Now it's all up to Matic and Kitsune.
Matic on the back line may be a little bit unnoted right now. They're more focused on Kitsune's position, but he's going to have to step up. He's going to have to stand tall. Spray downs, finding the players across the road. Pre-pod repositioning now to the bulk of the team. 2 versus 3 on the hold, and a Molotov to slow the approach from Team Spirit. Kitsune, Matic regrouped onto the same side, and I think that might be the death sentence for them. Neos holding forwards. The inside of the circle under control for Brute Force. Behind that vehicle, that smoke wall so impenetrable for Team Spirit. It might as well be solid brick. for all they care, but in he goes. In he goes for the fight. Almost immediately shut down, taken very, very low. Not out of it just yet. Neos is back up. 4 players there, and that's the final shot needed to shut down Kitsune. A 1v4 for Matic. I don't think he's got the gas, but he's going to give it a go with the DBS. Freezer hopping through the smoke, steps up, and immediately put back down. Brute force sweep across Team Spirit.
Yeah, that was a crazy shot from Freeze. I mean, the reaction speed on this kid is kind of insane. Yeah, Effect and Nomi. There was that slight disconnect between the two forces there, in between Matic, Kitsune, Effect, and Nomi. It's just a bit of a mistake coming through from Nomi and Effect there. I think that, honestly, they make the right play. It's just not... There's just not enough support from the backline.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a weird scenario, but in general, it kind of goes back to what I've felt about Team Spirit over the course of that last week, and of course of today as well, is that their approaches to going for aggressive pushes just aren't working in this lobby. There is something missing, and maybe it is that backup from the backline. We liked Matic for a long, long time during that position, but he was far too quiet for too long, right? He's trying to get this new set of skills involved, and maybe it's just not quite there yet. Even if you're making some misplays from a couple of times, perhaps it's going to be more effective in the short run to go for these a little bit more off-meta decisions. Free pod there, doing so much. The fact that Brute Force could get back up to 4, kind of nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for Brute Force, honestly, down towards that southwest side, they played it slow and they played it right. They knew what Team Spirit was trying to do with Enigma Galaxy. It was such a clean fight between Enigma Galaxy and Brute Force, so there wasn't too much to capitalize off the back of for Team Spirit. So I think they just fling everything at the wall and see what sticks. And unfortunately, Brute Force is kind of a terror when it comes to those fights in close quarters. And again, for Kitsune and Mati, they were just not ready to support both Effect and Nomi as they went in. And fair enough to Effect and Nomi, because they had the confidence to do that, right? They had the confidence to try and make that happen, and it just doesn't. Sometimes that's just the way of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, absolutely. It can go that way in the blink of an eye. Brute Force top the tables. A chicken dinner, 9 eliminations, 19 points there. Enigma Galaxy, off the back of their chicken dinner, find 11. And Team Spirit for the first time of the day today on the podium.
For the day.
Well, yeah, absolutely. On the third place overall on these points with 10. Na'Vi drawing that up with the placements. Just squeak Team Spirit ahead.
Yeah, I mean, 10 points to Team Spirit, that's good. That'll do just fine. Virtus Pro 7 as well. So a lot of points were gifted all over the place. So it just raised the overall leaderboard quite a bit. But yeah, just getting closer towards 77 is nice. You went down quite early with just 3 points. And I think a similar story for Twisted Minds there with only 5 on the game.
Yeah. There's a little bit of drop-off from 77, despite us calling them one of the most consistent teams in the lobby. They didn't quite find their footing in this circle. Brute Force topping the damage numbers, but you can see it's a very smooth curve here. A lot of teams doing a lot of work in those fights. We had that 4-team engagement in the compound to the north side for a while. Team Spirit being very quiet until the later stages of the circle as well, only chiming in when there were about 5 teams remaining.
Yeah, again, it's sometimes in that kind of circle, it's what you got to do. It's very open, very flat. It was a pretty rough thing. Let's take a look at our milestones for this finals in terms of our concurrent viewership. We hit 190,000 viewers watching an Infinix GT20 Pro, and Watch 3 Plus will be added to the price pool alongside of everything else beforehand. So you can unlock it by just hitting that 190,000. Or we can do it the normal where we get 70, 90, 10, 110, 140, 190. This is all up for grabs if we do hit those viewership milestones during this tournament.
Yeah, and you can be in with a chance to win those very prizes yourself if you head over to our Instagram at Esports PubgM EU, comment hashtag outplay the rest, all one word, and you could be one of the lucky ones to walk away with those prizes. So make sure that you head on over. Of course, all of those prizes powered by Infinix. We'll see you guys after the break for our last match of the day.
Ruxa, pega o da direita. Bora. Pega o da direita. Caiu, velho. Sempre não me desculpa. Já chega. Chega disso. Chega. This is how we train, and you know this story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
One more match to play today here at the PMSL EMEA Super League. My name is Johun Allen, and this is with me, B Lank, going into the last game. We're going to be taken to Erangel to close out the day.
By the
you
way.
did. Yeah.
Yes, we will be heading over to our last match of the day over on Erangel. Very, very excited for this last one because it's a different map than what we're used to. Usually finishing over on Miramar, and we always finish in Pos Paraíso, so it's a little bit boring sometimes, at least in this tournament. No, it's the same circle every day. So I'm happy to see Erangel to finish things off. Then again, it was exciting for the first 2 weeks, and I was like, come on, Circle. Let's go away from Pos Paraíso and Impala at this point.
Get us Torre Hamada. One of these days.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So, and it was a little bit exciting. It was still over towards Pos Paraíso on our last Miramar. But yeah, I'm excited for Erangel here. I think they got the memo on that last Miramar we had over towards the western side of the map. I've forgotten what the western side of the map looks like.
It was just near Chumacera because Team Spirit went one rotation. Okay, let's try and win the game. Didn't win, by the way.
We win.
Didn't win, so bit of a...
Yeah, well, I did say they bottled it, didn't I?
They did, but you did, and they did. It was a full-on bottle from Team Spirit on that location.
Yeah.
I mean, what can
Is that quite an Englishism? Is that an Englishism?
Bottling it. I think it's... Yeah. I imagine it's definitely a colloquial English term, but I just don't know how...
I'll explain it anyway for people who are curious, maybe haven't heard it before. Bottling it is essentially just meaning you messed it up. I was going to say you mucked it up, but I was like, that's also an English.
Oh yeah, you whiffed it. You scuffed it up.
Yeah. Or an idiom, if you'd like to get specific. If you can spot all the Infinix GT20 Pros on our screen today and guess the count by the end of the day, comment on Instagram at Esports PUBG EU for a chance to win your very own Infinix GT20 Pro. I don't know the exact count from today because I've been focused on the games, but I hope that you've been focusing on the left side of your screen. We might mix it up. It might be top right tomorrow. Who knows? Does that count? Does that one count?
That's a good question. But you're going to have to take that chance.
Producer says he doesn't think so.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, because if that was the case, every time we threw up the milestone graphic, there's Infinix GT20 Pros there. What about the players' Infinix GT20 Pros in their hands?
That's true.
I'm trying to put you off right now. Only check out the one that pops up on the screen that specifically says Infinix GT20 Pro and has a little banner graphic around it.
Yeah, it's a very specific graphic. If you've been counting them all, then, I mean, fair play. You've been spotting them. Also, technically, if it's the same Infinite... don't worry. I'm not even going to get into that one.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Because we've already...
We're going to be starting to bubble off like Infinix GT20 Pro multiverses in a minute. So, yeah, we better keep it simple. Because we do not want to have to retcon. You know?
What about that Infinix GT20 Pro?
Yeah, what about that one? I think I saw the reflection of an Infinix GT20 Pro and that player's glasses. Yeah. Does that count?
So if I see any comments that say like 56, then yeah, I know where you've gone wrong, and I'm so sorry.
Okay. Okay. I think that's far too many. Don't be ridiculous.
I actually didn't think that would be enough. The amount of times we see the Infinix GT20 Pros in the players' hands.
Oh yeah, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. And is it each instance of seeing them, or is it
each instance? Yeah, each instance. Okay. Every time they pop up.
Or is there like a cooldown on seeing one of them?
Yeah. We will. If it pops up in this game, I'll direct your attention to it, and you'll know what you've been looking for. And you can scratch out the tally for all the other times, and only for the tally you've seen that specific graphic on screen.
There you go.
Do you know?
You can always scrub back through the VOD as well.
Maybe Tomash can give us a freebie right now, and we can show you what it looks
free
like.
Infinix GT20 Pro?
No. Just a freebie on the graphics, so you know what that graphic looks like, know what you're looking out for. If maybe you just tuned in today, you can take a little look at it, unless it's predetermined numbers, in which case that's also totally okay.
I don't know. I feel like Tomasz is a discerning adjudicator on this, and is already pre-scheduled his timings here. I don't think we can rock the boat like that, Blank. It's a bit presumptuous of you, really.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so. I am a boat rocker, as they call me in the biz.
They do call you that, actually.
Yeah.
It's funny, I was just
Where
talking
did Aaron just appeared out of thin air? Just. Am I
No, he was there the whole
crazy?
time, bro. He was there the whole time. He's down now, though, so might
I don't
evaporate into
believe
thin
you.
air.
I'm pretty sure he just appeared.
Might evaporate into thin air fairly short order as well, because he's already down. Rita trying to hold it with the DBS, hopping through the buggy. Flip wants to get that not confirmed. A bobble out through the nade there. Nearly takes Rita down, but doesn't quite confirm. The backup from Zeus, not quite in time. Yeah, Darkin, that's not going to work out for you. Ooh, Rita, still going. I didn't worry about that. Maniac, I think you just don't play this Maniac.
Help him!
Just get out of there.
How is he alive still?
Rita is getting real sneaky with it. And there we go. Lemon finally able to squeeze the life out. That's going to be Maniac left solo. Na'Vi, play on as 4.
True, true. I mean, oh, he's had to use the DBS as the wheel seems to be made of plushie. Just squeaking over the top of him, not doing too much damage at all. It's like riding the wheel. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. Happens, you know?
It does. It does indeed.
Oh, Maniac on his trike. You haven't got anyone to sit in the sidecar. Very sad. Ooh.
I know. No one to balance out the weight either.
Yeah.
Struggling to drive it.
I hate driving this thing, man. It's so
Yeah,
cumbersome.
the players do make it look pretty effortless. And I mean, a lot of the cars in this game are fairly sticky to the ground, that is. But that motorbike with the passenger seat can be a bit troublesome to make work. So at least we can praise him for his biking skills.
Yeah. Just so everyone is aware, on the Infinite spotting game, it is over the course of all 3 days that you need to spot them. So there will be a certain number spotted over the course of all 3 days, and that is the total that you will need to take over to those Instagram comments. So make sure that you are jumping on in, because definitely there is an Infinix GT20 Pro phone up for grabs. There've been a couple of banners up today, so you can go back through the VOD today and figure it out. How many have been already?
I think we mentioned when they were on screen a lot. So
yeah, well, I think we caught quite a few of them. Coops trying to catch a few of his heroic teammates to help him do so. Rob's around the outside with the pump action shotgun. We'll be able to get that sweep across him, right? Can't do anything about it.
took him out nice and easy. Brute force up towards that northeast side in Kameshki. Kind of a different angle than what we usually see from brute force. They seem to be moving further and further away from Nova Repnoya as of recently. Not bothering with it too much. Trovo 2030, really central spot by the way, but immediately Fireflux will find Marcelo and the flush onto him. And that is a big deal considering Marcelo actually does a huge amount of work for the team in a lot of their matches.
Yeah, he's been quite a force to be reckoned with. No one really stepping up to the mark as much as he has, but there's still some fairly strong players. I mean, we saw Yusuf 1v2 against Na'Vi, which is what cut them down to 2 of their players, I believe, in a solo position. So really impactful player as well. And we'll see if he's able to have that impact. The circle in stage 2 right now, it's sending over to the east side. Could go to a very, very large number of places though. So it is just a slow eastward migration for a lot of our teams. Brute Force back up to the north side and did not go to Nova, leaving Na'Vi the only team on the military island.
Yeah, I mean, for Na'Vi, they're all alone. So lonely down in Novo and Sosnovka at the military base, having their own basic training. Basic, lonely training. But it's Pro making their way through from Primorsk at the moment. on the outside edge. It hasn't been the greatest of days for Virtus Pro, but again, this has been a fun finals. It has been very, very competitive so far, which is what we like to see. It's why we have the league ranking points in the first place, because it gives us a much nicer result overall to choose from our top 16 to go through to make sure we only have the best players, the best teams for you guys to watch in the finals.
That's what it's all about, really, isn't it? Finding the best of the best to represent EMEA at the global level. Next circle going to be coming on through. And again, it is very likely that it's Team Spirit, it's Brute Force, it's IWNRX, and Virtus Pro being the 4 PMGC points qualifiers. So if any of them appear in our top 6, because we've got 6 qualification spots from EMEA from this finals, if any of them appear in the top 6, that pushes that qualification boundary down 1 placement. This circle shift down south this hard is pretty dastardly. I mean, it's not going to the military island, sure, but a lot of teams were more focused around that shelter area, and now we're going back over towards that farm split. South side of Potato Hill as well, and that bridge hold on the east.
I mean, it's a... Again, you're right. With the bridge hold, certainly a possibility on that eastern side. It will only be Na'Vi who will suffer from that as well. But we're down towards those cliffs on that south side. Back over to the rocky outcrops. Less likely we'll see too much compound play if we continue to head down towards that south side. Yeah, fun position of the map to play, because there is some significant compounds off towards that north that a lot of teams will want to fight over.
Willing to get stuck in. Team Falcons. I mean, it seems like Brute Force... Well, doesn't seem like they have been shredded down to 1. It's just Freezer who's turning tail away from the Falcons. The Falcons did take a knock in response, but it's not really going to do too much there. On a long rotate here for Freezer. Interesting decision. Heading all the way back out north. Not sure about that one.
Yeah. We'll let Brute Force do their thing. We'll let Freezer do his thing.
He knows.
As he might go to help his team with Falcons, or maybe he's testing them. Can you win without me, guys?
I mean, there's only one player and they're not,
yeah.
So it's pretty rough stuff. Wait, is he going to sneak the res onto Neos?
Maybe.
No, okay.
Falcons did leave players behind, though.
Okay, yeah, Hope just sealing the deal there. In the meantime, much more central on the circle. Team Spirit. This is their drop spot on this farm split. 77 just across the way. Both of these two teams in slap bang center of this circle now. So potential to hold this one out for themselves. And nicely to do it as well. Not too many threats, and you've got to remember that because of the water down to the south, it means that approaches from the south are a little bit less likely. It reduces the cone of influence and actually puts more of a burden onto 77 to hold out that entire north cone, whilst Team Spirit generally just looking west and east while maintaining the distance from 77.
Yeah, 77 been managing. Everyone's like, I can just probably crouch this, right? I can just crouch this. Nope. Got to be a full prone on that one. Na'Vi's going to keep sending shots across. And that is Na'Vi in, which is very, very important for them. Kitsune went to go scout out a secondary position for the team, which is what Team Spirit likes to do, like to have multiple options in these kind of circles, or at least at this stage of the game. It's not meant to be. I think it's actually smart from Kitsune as well, because I think he also expected that crossing to be much more difficult for Na'Vi, but it was pretty lukewarm from Heroic.
Look at that parking from Kitsune. Goodness me.
Let's go down to a pat.
Yeah, down to a pat. Just swinging around being like, let me just whack it in reverse. I'll see in the compound, and now he's holding off S2G on the southeast side. This is one of those approaches from the east. You've got southwest position for Enigma Galaxy as well, but it seems like they've pulled up, are willing to wait out the match for the time being. There's a little bit of a scrap going on in one of the garages. It's Heroic, and I think that's Fireflux clashing on the southeast side beyond S2G. Shots are ringing out there. Team Spirit do take a knock onto effect. What a nade over to Kelsey.
That was a very good nade. Immediately just drops to the belly and crawls away, though. Side swipe over towards the shack. They try and get in. Oh, if only Kitsune had not run out of ammo in that moment. Could have been a very different story for S2G there.
Definitely could have been. And they're not out of the woods just yet. There's shots potential from that off angle. We saw in the picture-in-picture there, Heroic going down. Will fall to the engagement, I believe, with Fireflux, but both teams do, in the end, fall all the way out. I think Twisted Minds were able to pulling a couple of those points, add them to their tally, and try and extend their lead against Enigma Galaxy.
For Enigma Galaxy, they sort of have been a bit of a dark horse in the running over today. Slowly working their way up the table to 65 points now. And I think you mentioned it last game, John. 77 just been behind them at 64. That is a weird thing to say now I'm thinking about it. 77 behind them at 64.
And not quite up to 74 for 77. They're 64 and not 65. So
Yeah.
77. I insert.
Indeed. Tis a struggle.
Yeah, it's all right. We'll get through it. It's the last match of the day, and we're already into stage 3. Maniac for Zeus, currently the only one in the drink, playing the swim game on the south coast. Everybody else on shore. Not going to be
But they
getting their
are
toes wet just yet.
not unsure of their current positioning. They may be after this next circle, though. Still a little bit of water in there. Maniac is having himself a dip in the ocean.
Ooh, okay.
And we'll keep a lot of water in, heading down towards the south side.
I mean, S2G in a good spot positionally, but you've got a lot to worry about there. I think that in general, that's under a lot of pressure from that ridge that sits out to the west, where Virtus Pro are. The descent from that ridge is going to be difficult. You've also got a lot of terrain to worry about on that west side. So for S2G, they're okay for now, but it's going to be difficult. This is a replay of the fight between Heroic and Fireflux, or the culmination of it, rather. You can see Walsh was able to shut down the majority of this fight, and I think he got clipped from an off angle. Nades in, I think, of S2G. Where do they go? Oh no, they're further southwest. RCB just trying to rock up a little bit further north, a little bit closer to Team Spirit.
Team Spirit taking a fair few knocks a ton of times as well. And these vehicles, yeah, they're not poorly positioned. Like, you don't expect these shots coming through from the shack, because you imagine as Team Spirit, you think that you should be able technically to hold out versus S2G. It's a good moment to go for those shots as well, understanding that a knock did come through over towards Team Spirit. So taking some pot shots now, give yourself some more room to breathe.
I mean, this feels like for Team Spirit, right? This is the second time they've had a compound in the middle in 2 games. It feels like they're really trying to take initiative, right? The fact that they being knocked means that they're peaking a lot more, being a bit more aggressive, because they realized that they did not extract the value that they deserved from that last match, and they weren't able to do what they wanted to. So this time around, they're trying to change that. So a little adaptation from them. We saw Falcons and Virtus Pro on the west side, all trying to move in, but battle for the northeast rages on as Twisted Minds, Trovo 2030, both fighting for this compound. Twisted Minds, they are on 3 active. They can res Lord if they win out this fight. The Molotov on the ridgeline, I like it, but Cattell goes down a little bit too soon for their liking. Post this one through. Oh, a bounce bad. Nearly takes down his teammate, but they do manage to confirm it on. And now 2 players on the inside for Trovo 2030.
Yeah, Twisted Minds taking a heavy hit, and a nade over the top side will re-knock. Magnum finding another shot over towards Kitsune as 77 work their way down, and that nade might have spelled disaster for Twisted Minds.
They are having a real rough time. Lord gets sprayed down in the back line here. It's all up to Coops, and he's cut through. An off angle to find the final blow, and Twisted Minds, it felt like they had that one. But Yusuf steps out straight across them with the PP Bison and lays down the law for them. Northeast side claimed by Trovo.
Shifu again with another knock over towards Effect. 77 working their way down on that north side, and Team Spirit's feeling the full brunt of the force from 77 at the moment. Able to get their teammates back up into action though with the safety off the compound. The dirty spray down from Ali, but will have to instantly hit the first aid kit.
Is he going to get it? Just about, but it's still zone 4. Can't stay out here too long. I think he's just here to try and drag Virtus Pro down with him. Mission successful. They are eliminated, but getting further than this, I don't think so.
It's back and forth on that north side, by the way. There is tons of knocks coming through, and Swash actually chimes in with a knock over towards Matic.
Oh,
leaving Team Spirit at 2. And they were starting to get back into that fight versus 77. Only 2 players up right now.
Another bad bounce on a nade there. Magnum not quite able to get the damage over towards Team Spirit. 3 players alive. 77. I mean, they are on the back foot of this fight, but Team Spirit isolating and slowing down allows 77 to recuperate. Nice little pickup there for 77. They get the north side of this compound, and they are now next door neighbors. As angry as they may be. Maniac for Zeus, still swimming, by the way. Still out there in the water. And nobody really looking out that way.
I think for Na'Vi, they've had a pretty calm game. I'll put it that way.
Chilled out. 3 limbs, though.
Yeah, Freezer inside his little shack. I don't know how we outlasted for the Falcons, but he has. In the meantime, it will be Team Spirit forced to share compound with 77, but they are drastically low on everything. I think they've got 1 good fight left in them, and that's it. No reset potential.
Teams now starting to work the terrain. S2G, I mean, credit to them for holding out in this position, and now they get one of the strongest spots defensively. There's a lot of open ground around them to the south. North side going to have to conclude itself before it's even a threat, and likely a 3rd place guaranteed for S2G here. Across the way. You can see them off in the distance from Shifu's perspective. Very central on this circle.
Team Spirit still waiting this one out. They know that they've got somewhat of the advantage when the circle hits stage 6. Likely 77 will have to push through them. Enigma Galaxy once again in a good position. There's more nades available for 77. They know time is being cut short. They want to find this opening knock. And an inopportune time for Team Spirit before that circle pressures 77.
I think that fight's still got about 30 seconds left on it on the north side. The next zone will really dictate the pace of it. If it shifts up northwest, that standoff can just maintain. It can stagnate for a little bit longer. Enigma Galaxy on the west side, I think, is the most interesting part of this map right now. You've got Power as well, just below them. They've got Al Haji stretching out before them as well. So a parallel rotation necessary. 20 seconds until we discover just what this next circle has in store.
Yeah, a lot of players are pretty safe. That's the thing, and it will really have to be this next circle to cause problems. Na'Vi, though, swinging round down towards the coastal side. A dangerous play, but a necessary one if they want a point to drop off at on this next circle, which does head over to RCB and doesn't favor either of the teams on that northwest edge.
Look at Magnum, though. For 77, he's stretching all the way back out. He's immediately initiating that scouting rotate around that northern edge. Nade over. Al Haji, the forward point, this solo forward point for Power. Immediately they know as soon as that knock comes through, they have to go for this rollout to back up with at least one of their players. They're going to send 2. Fidan and Easy both rallying to their forward outpost. The smoke behind them, so important to keep them covered off, because in the Galaxy, they're also going to be looking out for an opening, looking out for a little wound that they can try and infect and spread the gangrenous presence from this western edge. Enigma Galaxy now behind on this rotate. Easy sending all the way back out to try and pick up his teammate. Satan needs to regroup forwards because they are right on the edge of the circle with their forward outpost.
RCB, though, this might be a game that they potentially could have something done. Loxy have been going down fairly frequently these matches after being such a powerhouse last week for the squad. Maniac, though, still swimming. Been having a great time.
Yeah, he's found himself a vehicle in the water. He'll hop in that and be happy for it. In comes the maneuvers for Enigma Galaxy now. Pushing in from this west side. S2G, 2 players in the shack, trying to hold off this crash, but may have a tough time of it if nades are still in the pockets for Enigma Galaxy. Power, trying to move in. They already got a knock over towards Na'Vi. They're looking for another. Just about misses there for Fidan. Default steps up, gets a good spray onto Al-Haji, but will get taken down. Fidan goes for the second swipe around. I don't know if he caught the player in the water. Flip gets taken out as well. Fidan is a terror in this buggy right now, and Na'Vi are left on 1 on the back lines here. Where is the player in the water? This could change everything as well. Potential to open things up for Maniac. Grab a point, try and impact this fight. He's right up into the coastline. He's hopping out, he's hopping in. Nades can come through, finally spotted. Easy takes it down. Power on 3 players alive, and Na'Vi withered under their pressure.
Nade over the top, goes pretty long over towards Na'Vi. Default down, and a good nade over towards Axa, and that is Na'Vi out in quick succession. S2G tried to break out from their position too, but were equally spotted by Enigma Galaxy.
In the meantime, 77 have been trimmed down to 1. Team Spirit on 2, so no one really having huge success from this northwest side. A move necessary. Shifu spotted. Huge pressure put on him from this south side. Satan's there. Team Spirit rocking up, and immediately that should be a dispatch. Bullet's going to ring out, and Power continue to clash with Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy playing as 4 will have a little bit more of an advantage, but Easy's already spread out. They've got more angles to work with here, Blank. The pressure onto this west side for Enigma Galaxy, pretty difficult to handle. Team Spirit entrenched on the north.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy, despite having a pretty horrendous couple of weeks for themselves, it did get better over time. Suddenly decide that now is the time to play. IWNRX caught out over towards that eastern side. Can Team Spirit have some semblance of rebuttal over towards that edge? Because they are on 2 players. I'm not sure if they have enough to riposte with.
Enigma Galaxy definitely turning up the heat today. It's been quite impressive what they've been able to achieve so far. It's a matter of continuation, but in these shorter stretches, in these 18-match sets, having a momentum day like this is so huge, especially when you're only aiming for top 6 as well, to get that qualification. The potential there is really enticing for them. It's a matter of holding your nerve into this one.
Effect steps up, takes a couple of shots. They did get a big refresh as they went through here, picked up a lot of supplies that 77 dropped on their way out. 2 nades available to him. Rush on as Matic dashes across to his teammate. A little bit of comfort, as well as being inside the circle. IWNRX make their move inwards. No one wanting to play the center of this circle. It is just too open. Stage 8 going to be the death of a lot of these teams. But not Freezer. I think the funny thing about Freezer is that he has been on like 20% HP so much in this position.
Oh yeah. It's fine though. Don't worry about it. It's going to be just dandy, just fine. A little raz forwards, a little dance found into this circle. A nade out through the window. Not going to connect at all. On towards Power. Power 10 eliminations so far. The south side and the beachhead been very profitable for them so far.
They've been farming.
Absolutely.
Doing some honest work and towards that side of the map.
They'll be sleeping good tonight, I'm sure. Team Spirit. I mean, if SnowX just lands 1 nade like that, oh dear. That's what he was looking for. Beautiful. Will look for the conversion as well. Knows that his job is pretty much done, but the south side not safe yet. Matic, I mean, yeah, the number of knocks being sent over towards Team Spirit. The second nade on there. Effect's not going to risk dancing out for it. The fight on the south side just draw attention. Look at power shift. Oh my goodness. Okay, they've gone for a wide sweep out. Brute Force, their solo player, has gone down, which means he is out now. And Power now established themselves on the southeast side. A big set of shifts coming through from Power. And this game, I think, has been really, really strong for them. They've timed their rotations really nicely. They've moved in when they've needed to. And they found the ground that they've been able to because of that timing.
I mean, for IWRX, it's just been a case of slowly working their way in. Team Spirit, on the other hand, desperately holding on with just effect left. Good shots over towards Navalo. This should absolutely be a knock from Fadan.
Oh, come on. You can't be serious. Fadan, he needs to hit those. The first aid goes off as well. Navalo is knocked by the off angle there. Satan able to actually get that one done finally. Just the south side for Power gets dangerous. Losing easy on the flank. You cannot go for that res. It's just not going to happen. Redox puts the point away, nice and tidy. The smokes on Enigma Galaxy's, sorry, on IWNRX's position allow Fidan to move up a little bit more, but oh dear, yeah, there's just no way you survive this lineup. They are just going to spread out. Enigma Galaxy on track for a really good game, potentially a second chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, 4 elims is not huge, but a chicken dinner would be nice for them. 10 points is 10 points, John. With this kind of split on the circle, it's really up to IWNRX on how effective they can be at long range. Effect having to crawl his way in, but they know he's there.
Redox spots one, second goes down. Power Esports out. They've had a pretty strong game, though. They were able to get 12 eliminations this match, Blank. A really solid record for them. A great way to cap out their final match. And 4th place in bad on placements. Spray down, effect up for 1. Second, too much of a hurdle. IWNRX now with a chance to sneak this one away.
Yeah, 3 versus 2. This will really test the mettle of Enigma Galaxy. And their backlines. More awkward rotate in the vehicle for Snows. Attempts to go in, looking for the rundown, but it's not enough. Popped out the vehicle, and IWNRX will take the chicken dinner. The last one of the day. A desperate one needed by IWNRX 2.
They definitely have it at a timely juncture for them to close out their first day without a chicken dinner. Would have been a bit galling. This is one of our teams that is almost certain to be qualifying on PMGC points from the Turkey region. Their next highest competitor, RCB, and behind them, Fireflux. The gap between the RCB team and IWNRX is about 150 points right now, so they're not too worried about that, but still, just being able to get some more of that prize money. That's what these teams have their sights set on.
Yeah, just getting more prize money on board, getting towards that top side of the table to get towards PMGC. It's all about moving forward in PMSL EMEA and these finals. It has been an extremely fun day so far. Team Spirit looking a lot better towards the end of the day. Still some mishaps here and there, but that has been the case for a lot of our high-performing teams. Been Convertis Pro, a couple of matches where it could have been so much better, but just not able to make it happen. This was unfortunate, to be honest. You don't expect Harley to be out there.
Good hold on the fight with 77. It looked like they may have been able to clean it up, but they just started losing a little bit of power. Did you see the was that the double rundown?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty nasty in that buggy. Able to do quite a lot of work. I think Power, to me, in this match, the most impressive set of rotations out of any team in the lobby. They played from a very disadvantageous position, and they were able to get so much done here. The final rundown, sure, IWNRX, they stayed out in the fight. They were able to rack up a lot of eliminations on the east side, getting 12 added to their tally, but you can see from the damage numbers, a lot of those were just pickoffs towards the end of that match to be able to add a little scrap here and there to their tables, and will be able to outlast the rest of them. It's really the story for that, but for me, Power was the star of this game.
Yeah, Power did very, very well. And like you said, it was a really tough spot. The amount of smokes they had to expend on that coastal side by the beach just to stay in that game was quite the gargantuan amount. And they made it happen, right? They made it work from They were basically playing on the Blood Moon Awakening. There was that much fog down towards the south side. And so with that game, 4 points, but 12 elims, matching the same count as IWNRX with 22 points and 12 for themselves.
Here's the match rankings. Of course, as you can see, all the way down to Brute Force on 3 on the front page there, which is unfortunate, especially given how I think it was Freezer stayed alive for so long. A lot of 3-pointers coming in this match. Virtus Pro on 2. Zeus, unfortunate, 0 points there, so will not be able to keep up that pace. And again, I mean, it was kind of unexpected what Zeus were able to do at the start of today. And then they've had a couple of a bit off kilter games, so kind of back to what we've sort of come to expect from them.
Yeah, again for Zeus, it looked like it was starting well, and they do find like some good rotations here and there. I think they're just hitting that wall of team fight potential, right? Because they make a lot of good decisions, but Twisted Minds got in their way twice, and twice they were unable to best them, and I think that is the difficulty. So there's still a little bit of a ways to go right now for Zeus, but honestly, I have been very impressed, and I can't wait to see what they're able to bring out tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be looking forward to their performances there. Let's take a look at our overalls on day 1. This is the first day of 3 here at the finals for the PMSL EMEA. At the top, Twisted Minds able to hold on by the skin of their teeth. Look at that. Enigma Galaxy and IWNRX both on 76 points. The first tiebreaker is Chicken Dinners, but you can see Enigma Galaxy and IWNRX currently both on 1, which means it goes to placement points next. After that, should those all be tied up, it goes to who finished highest in the most recent match played on this one, which would mean that given that IWNRX just won that last game, they would be ahead, but the placement points are a little bit bigger here for Enigma Galaxy.
Well, they are 76, 77. I think it's kind of an interesting one, how it's so close towards the top side of this table. But for 77, Brute Force, Na'Vi, Heroic, Team Spirit, all brought things back up to speed. All teams that had their dips in the middle of the day, and they were able to come back swinging towards the end of it and stay in that distance between themselves and first place. And this is what we were talking about just in terms of those PMGC points. As long as this is a very close finals, then no one really needs to be worried in terms of already getting their qualifications through those PMGC points alone. Virtus Pro, probably the one that we should be most worried about, though.
Yeah, 11th place, not looking super hot for them. Luckily, RCB really not on the chase. We saw incredible things from RCB in week 3, right? Especially towards the start. Well, I suppose all throughout, but they weren't quite able to take down Virtus Pro. But they still had a really magnificent run. So they definitely got something in the tank, but it's just not combusting right now. They are not burning as hot as they have done in the past. It is unfortunate, but they are the team that is really set to potentially displace Virtus Pro from their almost guaranteed qualification to PMGC group stages. Here are the daily winners. Obviously, the back-to-back for Twisted Minds there, able to see them solid towards the top. Well, not solid at all, actually, towards the top of the tables, but nonetheless, they are there, as well as 77, Enigma Galaxy, Brute Force, and IWNRX taking Chicken Dinners. I'm thinking about MVP now, Blank, and I feel like it's either Twisted Minds or Enigma Galaxy to get one of these nominations. I'm wondering about your thoughts on who that may be.
For today, at least, I'd probably give it over to... That is a difficult one. Maybe... Well, I don't know. That is a tough one, yeah.
I feel like Coops has been a bit standout for Twisted Minds, but the question is, has it been standout enough to beat Enigma Galaxy's day? So, and is it just going to be...
Yeah, it's either that or like a wild card from Neos, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it might be. It could be a wild card from Neos, but more than likely, maybe a Lord, maybe Mr. Lord. Let's reveal. Let's reveal the MVP.
Who's it gonna be? It's
Redox
from Enigma Galaxy, the showman himself. 10 eliminations so far today, almost 3,000 damage. I say almost. It's not even over 2,900. Don't know what I'm saying. 2,878 damage over the course of 6 matches. Really strong stuff. But over the course of today, the entirety of Enigma Galaxy has kind of stood up as well. I doubt that the rest of them are too far behind him on these standings. However, still excellent to be able to, on a finals day, find that MVP title for Redox.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic stuff from him overall. And I think for Redox, he has been a player in the past that has had laser focus aim. And it's nice to see him, back in action once again. Because he, like we said, very much a showman on the stage, and now being a showman in the game as well, really giving us a good play. And I think that honestly, that's what you want to see from some of these players that just haven't really been able to show their stuff so far. On to new teams as well. There's been plenty of new teams coming into PMSL EMEA Fall in terms of roster switches around that have had 3 weeks to really hone that synergy versus some of the top teams in the world. And I think that has been very useful, especially for teams like Twisted Minds as well as Nigma Galaxy, who we said right at the start, on paper, very, very good.
Unfortunately, they have had their ups and downs. So can they maintain this up? We'll keep you up to date with everything going on here at the PMSL EMEA over on our social channels down below. Make sure you're checking them out on Instagram, on YouTube, on TikTok as well. Make sure you're keeping track of those giveaways as well, as we've been talking about over the course of the day. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We are at the end of day 1 here at the PMSL EMEA Fall Season Finals. Twisted Minds currently in the lead, but only by 1 point. 2 teams right behind them, and the rest just around the corner. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day number 2.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds 1 minute turn. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.